I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and with me today is a very special guest, none other than the reigning world champion of Carcassonne and captain of Team Romania, Arpad Gere. Hi, Arpad.
Hello, Alexei, and hello, everyone.
So, for those of you who are not familiar with Arpad, you might be familiar with him with his screen name Gere on Board Game Arena. Before we start, like in many places, your name appears as Gere Arpad, and in some places it appears as Arpad Gere. And I know why that is, but many of my viewers don't. So can you explain us how we called you and what the naming convention is?
Yeah, so my family name is Gere, and my main name is Arpad. So, and in Hungary, in Hungarian, the family name is in the first place, So it's Gere Arpad in Hungarian, but in every other language, it's the other way around. So it's first the surname, and after that the family name, and that's why sometimes it's Arpad Gere, and for me, it's naturally coming as a Gere Arpad because that's how we use it.
Yeah, makes sense. So let's say if I were to move to Hungary or to a Hungarian-speaking part of Romania, would then like I have to legally change my name to Pegushev Alexei?
No, because in the identification card, there you have surname and family name, or so you don't have to change your name, but it's just for example, on my workplace. So I work in a Romanian company. I mean, it's not a Romanian company, but the office we have is in Bucharest. It's an American company, and we have an office in Bucharest. And I'm my email address is Gere, because Arpad Gere is how in the Romanian it's used, but you don't have to change your name if you move in Hungary. So it's just the other way around in Hungary. So it's Gere Arpad, Arpad Gere.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. So before we dive into the match, we have already so many people watching in the chat. Hi Helge, hi Glavier, hi Vika, hi Kirill, hi Rui, hi Nico, hi David, hi. Oh yeah. Is Catalonia the first game to be broadcast? Yes, we're starting with Catalonia versus Poland. Arpad and I have already picked even a duel to watch, and then later, after the first game, maybe you have a say as well. Nico saying, watch the part of a game against the Doctor earlier today. I immediately had the feeling I was missing something. Your live commentary. Oh, thank you. That's so sweet. Maybe if somebody were streaming that game, I would have won. It was like a super close game, and the whole match ended deciding by 2 points. But it was very interesting. All right, see. Interesting. Helge saying about the Hungarian naming conventions. It's like if you have your family name first, it's like you're part of your family foremost rather than your family being a part of you. So looking for the some philosophical explanation behind that. But we are now going to dive into the match almost, because there's still 3 minutes remaining, so we have some time to talk a bit about about your team, Arpad, about Team Romania. We're going to talk a little bit later, maybe in one of the breaks. But first of all, we can look at Group B. This is where the Catalonia versus Poland is, and also our later match, UK versus Spain, will be there as well. As you can see, only Team China, Team China is currently ahead, but Spain is currently the only country with 3 out of 3, and then there's a bunch of other countries with 2 victories. And here's an interesting situation. So Poland versus Catalonia. If Catalonia wins, then we're going to have at least 4 different teams with 2 victories. And if Poland wins, then Poland will jump right here. Well, either ahead of Spain if they win strongly, or just behind Spain if they sort of kind of win. I mean, it will be since I'm also in that group, like as a captain of Team Latvia, it is I guess I can't be entirely impartial. On the other hand, it's still not obvious like which outcome of the match is actually better for Latvia. So I guess we'll just let the Carcassonne decide. As the usual question, Arpad. So who do you think would be the favorites given today's lineups, and what would be your prediction for the match?
Okay, so to be honest, I think Poland, my feeling is that Poland is a bit stronger. But when I check the matchups, for me it looks like Catalonia has a good shot in today's match. So it will be very close in my opinion. So yeah, a 3-2. I'm leaning towards Catalonia based on the matchups. So.
That certainly makes sense. I mean, the 3-2 part for sure. How could it be anything else? And at first, we'll be looking at the Polish captain that played with the screen name MTW, who will be playing against Eduard Jorka of Catalonia. That will be, I guess, the highest rated matchup. Also, another interesting duel to look will be Kasum Lolo versus Kurasant 1-2-3, simply because the player with the screen name Kasum Lolo is also the highest rated on the Catalonian squad with just over 600. But I would suspect that you, just like your other teammates, would hold the philosophy that rating doesn't matter. Am I correct or not?
I wouldn't say it doesn't matter, but it's at this point. So above 500, anything can happen. So it's a good starting point. So if you look at the players, ELO and in combination with the win rate, I think that gives a pretty good picture about how strong a player is. But at this level, I think it doesn't really matter at this level. So
above 500, anything can happen. That's interesting. So if I check, then actually we do have only one player below 500. That would be the Polish player with the screen name Vietebrö 37. No, 37. I don't know why he has a Swedish
nice
screen name. Yeah. That was like more Norwegian than Swedish, I guess. But yeah, and also interestingly that Polish players seem to like numbers in the screen name. Well, I guess just like you, a little bit.
Okay, so that's a bit different. So my nickname is Gerappa, and it was, I think it was taken when I tried to register. So that's the go-to second try for me, Gerappa with the three instead of the E. So that's why it's G3 Rappa.
Makes sense. So that you're already answering one of my following questions that I was going to ask you. So, but the game is starting, and the Polish player is the starting player, starts by meepling the road. The player with the yellow meeples, that's La Nova Era, they don't do the Mujacello opening, they don't meeple the road, but they do restrict the city cap, and they get the city cap anyway. Green is about to meeple the city, so kind of a slow opening over here, and yellow will start.
You mean green?
New city. Okay, green.
Green, not
the city.
blue.
Oh, did I say blue? Of course.
Yeah, I think you said.
Yeah. I think you've watched my streams long enough to know.
Yeah, I know. I know what's happening. No problem.
Yeah. So green, not blue, meeples a monastery.
Yeah.
With that, probably takes a slight opening advantage, at least according to your teammate Marian Korkan, who says that he who draws the first monastery has the opening advantage. And with that, yellow responds with a very early farmer. So this field has 6 points already, could possibly have 9. What do you think about an early farmer like this, Arpad?
I don't really like early farmers, because even though it looked like this can become a big farm, the first straight road which the Polish player put on, he already started to restrict it. I mean, they both start to fight for the farm because you never know what will happen. It's two cities already. It can be much larger, but you never know. So.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I generally start to fight for a field when it's obvious that okay, this will be a huge field, and sometimes players put down a farmer early on in the game, and it will be trapped, or it will score only 3 or 6 points, which is a waste. So that's why I like to. There will be always will be chances later on to join the field. So that's why I think it's not a good idea to meeple a field early on.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. Thanks for the detailed analysis, but it looks like Green is not listening to you. Green just decided to go safely and simply equalize that farm and to say, okay, in case that farm has potential, then we both have a meeple on the farm. And in case that farm doesn't have potential, we both have meeple on the farm and both of our meeples are wasted.
Yeah.
So, in the meantime, not much has happened on the board. Well, certainly yellow has gotten quite a few quick points. Green still starting, trying to build his city over here. Just building, not quite happening just yet. Yellow is trying to connect in an interesting manner, waiting for a triangle before green draws a city tile. So green could over here, if he wants. He could go and kind of close down his city, not let his opponent to come in. Certainly something that he's considering, but he wants to wait for a better tile, and instead he just starts a new city, possibly slightly restricting his monastery, but on the other hand, preparing a juicy 6-point monastery spot. If he does get the monastery, from yellow, we'll probably expect some sort of new city as well. It's kind of a slow game. So, do you think either side has the advantage here? Whom would you pick in this position?
I prefer green at this point. Yeah, that the monastery is good there, and if I honestly didn't like that move from yellow with the shield with the city, because it's yeah, if the green player manages to I'm sure he will put it. He will close the joining square for the yellow player, and it's a very weird looking meeple on that 1 point city. So
yeah, I guess the game is still young. I mean, I can see how yellow could sort of build around like this, like this, like this. There's still some tiles remaining, and he could essentially. So green, of course, will be threatening a lip-shaped city. Oh, but he doesn't do that. I'm kind of really surprised with that. So
wow.
He instead decides to save his road meeple, which is not really saving because now it's committed to this.
Yes, that's a very weird move. I can't understand that.
So, I mean, I can understand it. I just don't agree with it. It does seem like we...
yeah, but
yeah.
If you draw the starting tile, you put it there, and you can't even. I mean, you waste the starting tile to rescue your meeple on the road, and you can't even meeple the city because it's so okay. So it's basically that will not be a city. That city will not be completed if you meeple it.
Yeah. Exactly, and moreover, not only do you waste a valuable tile, but also if you put this tile over here, then you aren't even guaranteed that you're going to finish your row, because your opponent can reblock like this with a triangle, and then like this, and so you just will end up wasting a tile and then still having your meeple here. So it does look like we've seen the first misstep on the game, but the game is still young, and green can still get out of it. So for example, I think if green just draws a couple of back-to-back monasteries, then maybe this blocked meeple won't even matter.
Yeah. And also, if the green player didn't put the farmer to fight for this field, I would understand a bit more this move, because you will try to restrict the field, but no. It doesn't look such a great move for me.
Yeah, makes sense indeed. Well, it does seem like I already start preferring yellow in this position, and I probably like yellow's plays a little bit better. Well, so what green's gonna do now, he's probably going to pre-finish his road, and he'll end up with a 75% chance-ish saving that meeple. And the question is, do you think you already go all in? Do you think you just banked your game on those 75% and drop a farmer as well?
Farmer, I mean, on the left part,
Yep.
if you
Yeah.
put is it worth it? It's 9 point fields now, so I wouldn't go all in for that, because if you look on the right side, there's another field which okay, it's only one city right now, but it will be interesting to see. Okay, so it's 6 points, and it has a potential to grow even further. So
that's true. But the thing is, like, if these fields connected, then everything connects over here. The starting tile goes here, and so this field becomes already a 12-point field.
Yeah. I see,
they will combine. Also,
Yeah,
of course, but I think what green could do next, if like green draws a road tile, something like this up top, then green could draw a farmer, because green will have extra chances of connecting one through the starting tile and another one through here, like through back-to-back road tiles through this end. But none of that is yet happening. Kind of players are still drawing lots of city caps, exchanging quick points. And what this means is that all the big cities, all the road tiles will be stored for later. Now, a fantastic tile for yellow. Yellow is likely going to punish green for what I think was an earlier misstep. By blocking his city, which was otherwise a very nice city. And the city, which was actually, as you were saying, which was difficult because green helped out a little bit for yellow. Now yellow city is like looking totally great. So of course, yellow should meeple the city cap here every day of the week for insurance. And there's really not much green can do about that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, green can try to grow that ruin, but it's not looking great for him.
So as you see, well, everybody in the chat thinks the same, but they even strongly disagree with green's play.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a natural move to block the yellow from joining. And it would be a live. It would have been a live city, so it would have been pretty easy to finish it. And this way, he's in big trouble. He has a ruin, and yellow. Yellow looks great. So.
It does look great indeed. However, this is a nice tile that green just drew. Green can probably take 4 points over here and like start some sort of blocking. Then also every city cap with the road that he draws means that it's it's another city cap that yellow doesn't draw for his city upstairs. Yellow just going full brutality mode and trying to restrict a blocked city even further just to make sure to save a couple of points. But here, a very unpleasant decision that green needs to make. So green decides not to block the city just yet, just add to himself. But I was almost wondering, like, would you take the shielded tile and continue yellow city just to block the other yellow city?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. If it was not a shielded triangle, maybe I would go for it, but it's that's a bit even though you block the other maple,
you are giving 4 points. Yeah, you are giving 4 points. And well, I guess maybe his hope is like I guess he's hoping like for something like a triple city tile like this, but there's only one of those remaining, and then he can go over here and potentially block even 2 meeples, but that seems a bit like wishful thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, meeple-wise, the green player stays much better. and he has a good blocking opportunity on the top right corner.
That's true. So he's actually one road away from blocking this meeple completely because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
Every single dagger tile has already been played.
Yep. I'm curious what will if he will meeple it this monastery or not right now.
That's a good question. So I guess he goes for the monastery.
Yep, with a meeple on it. I think that's the correct move.
Yeah.
When you have three meeples and a nice monastery spot like that, you have to go for it.
Exactly, and also he suddenly gains a lot of value from future road tiles, and he in most likelihood will finish this monastery. But look at this, yellow draws a city plus road tile, and of course yellow will not finish the city at the top. He just wants to relinquish this and be okay with the block meeple. He wants to finish this city and at the same time save his other city right here. And to be honest, he could even meeple this farm.
Yep. Yeah, if you let me count. Yeah, there are four tiles to finish this big city, and it will be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 completed city now. So maybe it will be much bigger later. So it would I would have considered also meepling the field there. So.
Exactly. I guess he wants to preserve the meeple, and he wants to meeple the field upon completion. On the other hand, this means that green would probably want to meeple that field preemptively himself.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, but green also has his problems because he just got blocked on the left side, and the meeple on the road also is not looking that good now. And yeah, it's a dilemma for him because do you want to complete it and give the 6 extra points for the yellow player? Do you see?
Yeah.
Because it's do you have 1 extra meeple right now, but
well, I guess the idea maybe if green doesn't just like completes it for yellow, but maybe green just like goes, well, not with this tile, but with just a row tile over here and drops on this little 3-point field as some form of insurance.
Yeah.
But none of that is happening. Green is just drawing quick point tiles and scoring points, and now we're gonna see a 9-point farmer. Ouch.
I would have considered with the previous tile to put it on the road and meeple either the field or the road.
Yep, certainly would make sense. I have to agree over here. Okay, I think now I sort of start seeing some winning plans for green. Of course, it's going to be very difficult, but I think what green is going to do, green does not want to finish his road over here. He actually probably would want for these fields to stay separated because there's this 15-point field and there's this 15-point field. And maybe all he can just do is maybe finish his monastery and then win this 15-point field on the left. That sort of would be one path for him. Yeah. Another, I guess, to somehow win the big field if they do merge, if he does draw the starting tile, but there aren't actually that many good connection points to accomplish that. Or there's this one below. So here, this is where exactly he decides his win condition. He goes for it.
Yeah, but yellow already has 3 meeples on that, so you have to put all your meeples.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, if you your only meeple which you can get back is the meeple on the monastery.
Exactly.
And it still needs four tiles around it to finish. So you need to put down both of your meeples, get back your meeple from the monastery, and join that one also on the field. I mean, I don't see that happening. It's interesting that I think this is a common mistake that I see a lot of players do, even pretty decent players or strong players, that they see a big feature like a big field, and they are fighting for it even if they don't need it. I mean, this is a bit different. The situation is pretty dire for the green player. But sometimes if the opponent has a 2 or 3 meeple advantage on a big feature, it's better to just let him get it and try to score somewhere else. But yeah, it's getting slimmer and slimmer chances for the green player to win this game.
That's true, but I mean, I can still think of something for green. So that's interesting that with this move over here, yellow essentially connected all 3 fields, because even if the starting tile does not get drawn, if this row doesn't get finished, a row tile goes here, a row tile goes here, a row tile go here, and all 3 fields are connected. However, there's a limited supply of row tiles, and I see how green could maybe try staying put for some time, and then like at the very last moment maybe win this 15 points on the left, this 18 points on the left actually, but maybe try to separate the final meeple. Actually, he can't do this with this tile, but there's still this idea lurking around how you maybe don't combine all fields. So that's one option. Another option was to try go for some quick points, maybe like I see roads plus curve, some sort of 5-point road going above. I'm not sure if that will be even enough. Instead, green goes for a 4-point city, while he has to draw a city cap really quick if that works, and he does draw a city cap. So assume I'm probably going to see another farmer. Let's see if that helps him or not. Yellow honestly could just either connect everything or just drop another farmer himself to completely secure the game. These are some options here.
But do you need to fight for the field? So if the green player uses all his meeples, he can. I mean, it will be a fifth. They will both have 3 farmers.
Well, let's say if I assume that red somehow manages to keep this 12-point farmer on the right isolated and not put anything in his monastery.
Yeah.
And so just to combat that outside chance, he goes and connects. But now, maybe if green draws a bunch of curves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's only 1 curve remaining as far as I'm. No, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 0 curves remaining. So, did both players miscount here? I don't think I quite understand that last move from yellow. Oh, I guess I see that. Maybe yellow wants to eliminate a field connection through a Dorito and no, there's no Doritos. Through a splitter in a monastery, something like this. Like if a monastery goes over here.
Yeah, but in that case you don't have to meeple it. It's only 3 points. I mean, okay, it's.
Yeah, I get what you mean for sure. So now he miscounted for sure. He miscounted the curves for sure, because I like played with so quickly is because I think the quickest way for yellow to win, I guess, was just to unify all the fields and add 1 monastery point. But now maybe there is some hope for green. How many row tiles are remaining? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? No, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay, I'm just gonna circle them on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How did I get 9 straight lines? No, 8 straight lines. 8 straight lines. Okay, so actually, I think the only row tile remaining is the starting tile. Yeah, and now, what green does with the starting tile, he actually does the thing that we talked about before. He's gonna put it not over here where the road ends, not over here, but he's gonna put it over here and actually enjoy a majority. He's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's not going to be a majority. It's going to be 50-50.
Yeah.
It's still not enough. So he will have to connect the field and then win this field somehow, which actually is doable, I think. If he places his monastery like over here and then grabs some sort of Dorito with the roads, Meeple's the farmer like this, and then connect here with a city splitter. There's still one city splitter remaining. So like these are sort of outside chances, but I just don't think there are enough moves to accomplish all these objectives.
It's only 5 tiles left, and I don't see that happening. But let's see.
Interesting. So did he count that there is a vertical city splitter remaining, and he wants to connect through the vertical city splitter? He doesn't get it. So,
but he can save the block. So
that's true.
With this tile. So yeah, that would also increase the number of points for the completed cities on this field. But not like this.
I think this was fine.
Yeah, it's fine the other way, but yeah, yellow got the starting tile, and that's, I think, is game.
And that's gonna be game, even if because he was hoping for a very specific combination of tiles, but even if he were to get that tile, yellow was finishing the city somehow because.
Yeah, and also blocks now. Oh no, this is his. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, he doesn't even get the connection. But let's say even if he were to get the connection, he would have 12 more points.
Yeah.
So I don't think that would have been enough. Yellow's going to score 3 points over here for the city. I don't see anything better for him, and that's probably going to be it. We're not going to refresh. We're going to read the chat. Okay, by the way, if you do have questions for Arpad, then please do ask. They don't have to be about today's game necessarily. Well, let's see what the score is. Lots of tied fields, so you would have had 12 more points. I don't think that's enough.
No.
Yeah, so he had to hope for starting tile plus the city thing.
Yeah.
And even then it would not have been enough. Okay, it's like 12, 20, 12 and then more 12, 24. Yeah, and even then it would not have been enough. Okay, well, good game here for Eduard. I think yellow did manage to outplay green, so a rough start for Poland. Shall we stick with the same players, or shall we watch somebody else?
I say let's watch.
Your wish here?
I would like to watch either the first or the second table, so you can choose, or you can ask the chat what they want to say. But I think that both of these games are very interesting.
Our chat is typically very, very shy, so I think I'm gonna go to. You said, you said 1 or 2, right? Or 2 or 3?
Yes.
1 or 2. Okay.
1 or 2.
So let's go for Danny. Actually, that's Danny Garcia from Catalonia, playing Krzysztof in a bunch of numbers. Has the Spanish flag over here. Well, the Catalonian flag is not available on Board Game Arena. But I've noticed, actually, does anybody in the chat know why many of Catalan players have the flag of Montserrat or Montserrat? I don't know how you anglicize that. What's the connection of that territory and Catalonia? And the flags look nothing similar. Oh, Vik is asking you, Arpad, when did you first play Carcassonne, and at what point did you become interested in playing competitively?
Okay, that's a good question. So, to be honest, I don't really remember when I started, when I first played Carcassonne. I know that when I was from a very young age, I like to play board games, and I think I played Carcassonne at around 15, 16 or something like that. But I just played a few games and that's all. And when one of my colleagues, when I started working at 23 age, one of my colleagues won the Romanian national championship in Carcassonne. And when I heard about it, I was very curious. I didn't know that there are championships organized for Carcassonne. And I talked with him, and he explained me how this worked. And I downloaded an app. And this was in 2014, I think, 2014. So it's like 10 years ago, 11 years ago, or 2014. No, nine years.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when I started playing. And in 2015, I won the Romanian national championship, and I went to Essen. So that was my first champion, big. It's a very interesting story, because here in Romania we had the regional qualifiers, and you just had to be in the top 25% of the players to finish. And I won 2 of my 3 matches, and they said that, okay, I didn't qualify. And 1 week before the national championship started, they called me back that they just realized that they were calculating the points wrongly, and I qualified to the national championship. So they asked me if I want to go to the national championship, and I said, of course. So I went to the national championship, and I won the championship. So that's it was very unlikely, but it was a very nice experience. So I went to Essen in that year, 2015, and I think I won 3 of the 6 matches from the group stage. So I ended up in the middle of the pack. But since then I'm playing regularly Carcassonne. So I participated in every Romanian championship since then. So, yeah.
Especially the one in 2022, as we know. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I guess let's just comment a little bit on the last remaining tiles in Danny's versus Krzysztof's game. So it looks like a big imbalance. Green has 3 monasteries, which of course is very nice. But red has this 9-point field and this 12-point field, which is almost just as nice. Red here, oh, that's a lovely move, blocking a field's entrance and also meepling a road just to spend his meeple. And the game would have been close had it not been for the 20-point difference on the scoreboard. So it looks like the play with the red meeples will take this down convincingly.
Yeah.
So then, because they just finished, I suggest that we stay with this duel and simply watch a game from the start. See if the Polish player manages to make some sort of comeback. Okay, cool. So I have this explained. So the reason why, we will see this, I guess, for some other players today, why many Catalan players have the flag of Montserrat, which is, I think, is like a, well, it's I think the British or French overseas territory or something like this, somewhere in the, I don't want to get wrong with the geography, but basically not in Europe. But there's also a mountain in Catalonia, not far from Barcelona, which is named Montserrat. So I guess that's how close, that's as close as you can get as to making it known on Board Game Arena that you are from Catalonia. Danny here scoring 4 points for the city. Yes. And I am actually going to refresh this one because I'm too impatient. Normally I wouldn't. Yes, as we see, plus 12, a convincing win here for the Catalan player, and we'll just go to the profiles and keep refreshing. And during the opening, there were several other questions for you. So Arpad, Kirill is asking, how did you train to improve your skills once you started game competitively, And can you recommend some exercises, or did you just play a lot of games?
Okay, so yeah, my colleague said that, okay, if you want to play or you want to play it competitively, you have to download the app and play a lot. So that's the trick, so to say. And I remember that Tabado, he's a friend of mine, and he also said that you have to play a lot to win in SN. And he said that there was a Greek player who won multiple times in SN, and he said that that guy has 10,000 games in I don't know which platform. So that sounded a lot, but yeah, if you play on Board Game Arena, if you don't have to play it all the time, but if you join a few tournaments, not even real time, but there are a lot of tournaments to play, and if you play a couple of games a day, it adds up. So I think that's the most important, the experience, and also watching very good players play versus each other, and watching streams, because sometimes you watch the game and you don't even realize what's happening or what's an idea behind a move. But if a good player is commentating, like you or some other guests which you have on your stream, it makes easier to understand and to learn.
Well, hopefully my viewers feel that way. I will make sure to milk every possible bit of wisdom from you whilst you're here. So you said about playing a lot. Can you define a lot? Like, how many games have you played?
I think I have a couple thousands also on Board Game Arena. Let me check. Yeah, I have 5,200 approximately. So yeah, if you have a couple thousands, that's pretty good.
Well, yeah, I guess it does seem that maybe now, in order to reach sort of the top level of Carcassonne, you maybe need to play a bit fewer games, as long as they're quality games. Just because, let's say, back in the day of Pantelis Lytsidopoulos, that's the Greek person who won several world championship. There was actually not much theory available. You couldn't really watch other games, so we had to make up a lot of stuff from scratch, whereas now there's some knowledge available. So maybe by playing just a couple of thousand games, you can achieve as much as somebody else could achieve by playing tens of thousands of games before.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I've opened up, actually, in the meantime, table number 5, and you know why? Because the Catalan players play so fast that the game that we just witnessed from Casumlola, no, not from Casumlola, but from Danny. That was the second game, so the Catalan player already won. On table 2, Catalonia also won 2-0. And so that's why we're kind of watching table 5, where the Polish player is currently up 1 point. Oh, and we have another piece of news, is that on table 3, the Catalan player won 2-0 against the Swedish-Polish player, and it's a clean 3-0 in the match. So that was kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah, but I guess the winning team.
Yeah. Well, so now you need to root for Poland so that you're right about the score as well.
Yes. I mean, let's see this match. Pretty. I don't know how it's pronounced in Polish.
I would say pretty, but it doesn't look Polish to me at all.
Okay, so I think he definitely needs this big ruin, because this is a lot of points.
Yep. And it looks like it ain't going to be easy to get, because there are only 2 tiles remaining at fit here. No regular Doritos, no dividers, fortunately, but there are 2 triple city tiles that go here. This is absolutely essential for red to win. But will that even be enough after that? Because Yellow has a nice 8-point monastery over here. Yellow has
Yes.
the meeple advantage. Yellow is almost equal on the scoreboard. However, there's one difference, that yellow has 2 meeples on the field potentially, whereas red has 1, 2, 3, 4. So red is going the Marian Kurkan approach and just trying to overfarm and strangle his opponent by meeple in lots of field. But will that be enough? Maybe.
I think if he manages to get into the big ruin, I think that big field can decide the game. Yeah.
Now I'm starting to think. Do you think he can win the game without getting in the big ruin, but just somehow keeping hold of the field?
Yeah, I have to count the. So he has 11 points on the. Okay, so he got the city, so we don't have to theorize about that. I think he has a pretty good shot to win this game. So, because yellow basically has a monastery to compensate for the big field, which is not enough. And also he needs to join both of these meeples on the big field to take it. I mean to have an equal amount of meeples on the big field, right? Because he has only 1 meeple on it. So dire situation for the Catalan player.
Exactly, yes, because, well, this connection of the ruin was huge. It was worth at least 20 points. However, there is a world where yellow reconnects to the ruin.
Either that or let's say this is a pretty juicy road in the right side of his. Yeah, that's not the move. Yeah, I thought that if he okay, so if he manages to get this monastery, that would be a nice 9 points basically. With big road, this big road would also be like 8 to 9 points. That would give him some chances, but
exactly.
I think that's this is the nail in the coffin for him.
Moreover, the road was finishable, actually. There's still 3 road tiles remaining, so it does seem like this conservatism was not quite timely, perhaps. And I'm not sure about this field connection, because, yeah, it adds 3 points to you temporarily, but let's see the curves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's still 1 curve remaining, and if red draws it, then all the fields are going to be connected, and so you just will end up losing this guy.
There's no more curves.
Oh, there are no more curves.
No more curves.
It's great to have you here, indeed, so that you can call out stuff like this immediately.
I mean, I counted the curves just before you said that there's 1 more curve, and I counted it again to see that did I miss something? It happens.
Yeah, so here we have several people in the chat saying, well, he wouldn't have gotten the evil hamster anyway, but it doesn't matter because
that's so stupid to think like that, because it's like playing poker and judging a move by the result. That's not how you do it. So if it's a good move, it's a good move. There are times. Okay, so sometimes you draw the tile, sometimes you don't, but you have to go for the win. You cannot judge if a move was correct or not based on the actual results, because that's my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah, so we don't want to be results oriented in our thinking. Interesting ideas here for red. Red could do so many things. Red could either unify all the fields. Red could meeple his road himself, actually. I rather like it. Because again, this stuff is, well, it's blockable, but it's still finishable. Or red could just simply secure the ruin if he needs to. If there are even any more invasion tiles remaining. I see there's 1 starting tile remaining, so probably if red draws something like this, he can reinvade. So Red could just cover the ruin up, I guess. But he doesn't. Interesting.
He just wants to block the connection points for the field. Yeah, because maybe the white can find one entry point, but you need to get this big field, and it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this ruin does seem to still be up for grabs. I still see a tile sequence that could potentially take this over. Nope, never mind. There's the 4th starting tile. Yeah, I don't think it's actually possible. So there's a reason why he didn't protect the ruin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit. This big road. Yeah.
Yeah, goes to red. It's like always, you don't meeple stuff, your opponent will meeple stuff.
Yeah. So much easy points in the end. For a player. I mean, also yellow also got a few points, but
well, not that many.
Not that many.
Well, I guess he's probably going to, I don't know, meeple Monastery or take 3 quick points for the road. I think meepling Monastery in the center for 7 points is the most lucrative play for 2 turns. But it's pretty much,
You can take the 3 points for the road and also get another 6 points in the next in the last tile. There's this field in the bottom if you have a road. Yeah, it's that one.
Oh, nice.
You see, that's 6 points. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's the last. It's the last tile, right?
I think it's the penultimate tile.
Okay, so
I think yellow has one more in hand. Yeah, but so that's why double check that he will not be. This meeple will not be eaten up.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard if you join a game in mid game and you have to count everything to see, okay, is there a curve left or not? But I'm betting that red player already knew that yellow cannot join the 2 fields, so he made 9 points like this with the road and the field, the small field.
So many field points. We'll have to look at the stats at the end. What are the city points and what are the field points? At the end, very convincing win. So actually it did turn out the connection to the ruin was decisive. I think he would not have had it without it. So 21 points for the main field, but then there's like more stuff, and 22 points for the city. 30 points for roads. How about that? That's talk about quick points at the end. And then 33 points for farmers. 21 meeples placed. That's like tuk 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 tuk. Like some meeple placing factory.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So now I jumped back to the MTUU match, and because this is the last, I think the Catalan player has a good chance to win it. I mean, he has 10 points on board. But yeah, green has some compensation. I think he has a big field. And the monastery, 8-point monastery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 18 points for the field. Yellow has a 9-point field, so 9 points there, plus 8 points for the monastery. Yeah, so it's the Polish player can win this one. I think he has the advantage right now.
Well, that would certainly be in the interests of content, because that would mean that they play one more game, and also that would mean that Arpad possibly has correctly predicted the score of the match.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yellow will be using his meeple surplus effectively at the very end, but the city cap plus 7 more points for green's field. certainly a nice acquisition.
Okay, I'm curious if Yellow will join the two, finish the city for his small field. I mean, it's not that small because it's 9 points already, and if you finish the city, it will be 12 points. You can also meeple the field. But yeah, what's your opinion?
I think there's a slightly better move because let's say if you do connect, you lose 2 points, but you gain 6 because you score for this farmer and for the farmer that you just dropped. So that's a net 4. But here there's a 5-point road, which you can take up top. So that's like 1 point extra.
Yes, and also it leaves a 6-point field for the green player. Yeah, so he went for this play, but so green can safely take that 6-point field. So,
but is it safe? Because maybe it is safe, of course.
It's safe because if yellow connects the other field, it's not good for him. So
yeah. So we probably see a bit of a misstep there from yellow, not only taking 4 instead of 5, but also giving your opponent a guaranteed 6 instead of 3. Really?
Yeah, I mean it's not negative for him. Because he got 6 points for the field, and the green got the 6 points as well. So basically, he just lost 2 points.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he had the meeple, so he didn't need the meeple to. I mean, if he put it up for the road, the 5-point roads, he still had meeple for the last tile, so it would. Yeah, it was a much better move there.
So let's see if these extra points would have made a difference. I counted that overall yellow's misstep cost him like a net 4 points overall as a result of these move sequence. But given how huge green fields was, I'm not sure if that even mattered. You know, like when you make a blunder like this, you're almost like rooting for your opponent to have more points, because then at least you know that it wasn't decisive.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to think about it. But yeah, I think it will be a. Yeah, it was very close. So 6 points.
It was
only.
very okay. So had yellow played correctly, it would have been -2. So which means that yellow was like 2 points away from being having a complete heartbreak about the penultimate move blunder. But
we have a decisive match. I mean, for this duel. So
I assume you're going to be rooting for the Polish player then.
Yeah, of course. Who isn't? I mean, for your team, which would be the better outcome? 4-1 for Catalonia or a 3-2 for Catalonia?
I guess probably 3-2, because this means that like neither of the teams would have crazy good tiebreakers.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, and in terms of tiebreakers, like the fortunate is the thing that we won against Catalonia with a heavier score. So let's see if that actually ends up mattering with the end. And we lost to China 2-3 today.
Oh, so, I didn't watch that match. I mean, China is very strong.
They are very strong indeed, and I think they did put up like 4 of their 5 strongest players against us. It was a close fight though. Of course, it would have been nice to win, but at the end of the day, we'll just have to take the tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean the Group B is very strong. When I first saw the drawings, and I looked at our group, I said, okay, this is a death group. We managed to get in the death group, but and now that I think about it again, Slovakia and Guatemala, I don't want to annoy them, but they are not that strong. So there are Germany, Japan, Mexico, Netherlands, Czech. They are all very strong teams. But in the group, the second group, in your group, it's much much smaller difference in the strengths of the teams. Even Hungary. So I know the Hungarian players pretty well, and it looks like they are so weak. As 4 losses from 4 matches, but they have a few very good players, and I think they lost all their matches like 3-2 or something like that. So I don't know, maybe with a bit more luck or better matchups, they could have more points. But Catalonia, United Kingdom, Poland, Ukraine, Latvia, Spain, China, all these teams are very good teams. So
exactly, yeah, it's kind of we really don't have a single easy match, and as you said, like when Latvia was playing against Hungary, it was like a clutch 3-2 win. But I think there's a reason why Hungary is losing. They actually are a strong team, but I've looked at their lineups and their strategy, I think, had a lot of mistakes, or like as to how you choose the players whom you put into the match. It seems to me that obviously it wouldn't be correct to just always put the 5 highest rated players, otherwise nobody else would play. But there's certain matches where like you need 2 or 3 leaders to be present, because there are some teams against whom you just can't leave your less experienced players alone.
I was watching every week their lineup, and there's a player Vizečka. He's very good, and he played only 1 match, I think, or maybe 2 from the 4 games. So especially when you need a win for to qualify, I would try to have my 3 or 4 strongest players play every match and rotate for the 5th place the other players to give some opportunities for the other players or so, but also try to qualify for the knockout phase.
Yeah, you kind of really have to balance these 2 things. Well, that's what I'm also trying to do as captain as well. Well, here we have an opening which is quite slow and closed, which is nice for us because we get to talk about other stuff. And maybe after this match, we can like talk about team strategy a little bit and other things. What else? And of course, if you still have any questions for Arpad, then do let us know in the chat. In the meantime, what the Polish player blocks himself. That's interesting.
Oh my God!
Just to take 3 points.
No, this is not the move.
But
I mean,
yeah. I know.
Why?
But Marian would have called it inspiration. That's because he knew that Red had this tile, that Red had a blocking tile anyway. So he just decided to take 3 points instead. That's
I know, no, even in that case. So, I mean, he no, I cannot understand that one. I
know.
Try to block or I don't know.
I understand. And look, as a result of that, he actually gets into problems immediately, because it's now harder for him to continue this city, because this city can be tied together to this little piece, and this city can get blocked as well.
Yeah, but also there's so many tiles that it's not blocking. So there are 5. There are like 12 or 15 tiles which are blocking your monastery. But if yellow draws a road, a straight road, or a curve, or a crossroad, or anything, maybe he can score 3 points. Or meeple that road, but you still have that. You can finish that. You have the option to finish that that monastery. I would never block my own monastery or city unless it's the end game and it's a game winning move.
Makes sense, but certainly it
does
do spectacular Carcassonne. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is the another example of that case. You don't judge a move by the outcome, because
Yep.
okay, let's say you see that the yellow would have taken that road and he would have scored the 3 points, so it's better this way. That's true, but in the long run, if you don't block your own monastery, I think it's better for you, in the long run. Because from 10 games, let's say there's 2 or 3 games where the result is that, okay, you take the 3 points and the opponent doesn't get the 3 points and doesn't block you. I mean, and blocks either way. But yeah,
Yep.
I don't like it. That's it.
Yeah, understandably so, of course. But I think
would you block put that move or just try something else?
Probably try something else. I don't think. First of all, I don't think I would have ended up in that position in the first place. I would just try to play it a bit differently, the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would probably not done that block, but it's still super entertaining to watch stuff like this. If it ends up working out, there will be the genius move of the week. But everything said, of course, like that is just true about not being results oriented, judging the move by how it performed in the long run and so on. But I think I have an idea where it can come psychologically, because that's I can see, for example, maybe on some day Vladimir Kovalev, the player with screen name someone blocking it, because very often when he was commenting on his games, he would say that he tries to play in such a way as if your opponent is going to draw the luck, assuming that your opponent is going to draw the luckiest tile possible.
Yeah.
And then you play like this. But then
I get it.
Yeah, I guess there's also maybe even a level of arrogance in something like this, because you're saying I'm so good that I will win with the worst luck possible, which of course is, I mean, a very tempting line of thinking, but sometimes you actually just, need to just play the odds and assume that's.
You know what? If I would want to argument for this move, I would say that sometimes I also put down my. I mean, whenever I draw a monastery, in 90% of the cases I meeple it, and sometimes I know that this is a risky move because the opponent can block it. But even if that happens, I say maybe my meeple gets blocked. But even if it gets blocked, I get 8 points for it, and my opponent has to make some 3-4 moves to block it, so to waste some tiles there. And I say that's okay. And if you look at it like this, it's a block meeple, but it's not 8 but 11 points. 11 points is a pretty good investment. I mean, in the end, I bet there will be small fields, 6-point fields, which will be meepled. So if you look at it like that, let's say that's an understandable. But still.
I get it, yeah. But look at this. Green is currently not listening to us, and Green is doing great. Has 20 points on the scoreboard. An 8-point monastery, which sort of outweighs the city. I guess I also see there one other thing. Maybe he thought that, I have one blocked meeple for 8 points, and my opponent has one blocked meeple also for 8 points. But now this city at the top is actually threatening to be completed. And if anything, that's probably the way back into the game.
Yeah, but look at it. But so yellow is one tile from. He gets lucky. I mean, I would have went for the stealing the big city with the previous tile.
Yeah.
Instead of the five
makes
points.
sense. Yeah, of course. Just because you're ahead to mitigate from any of the variants. Because
it's not like a free an open tile. City cat to grab it for anyone, because that's a dagger that's coming there, and it's I'm not sure. I wasn't counting how many daggers are out, but one. It was only one dagger out, but it's not, now it's all 3. It's out. So I don't know.
Oof.
But you still have to join to be worth it. That I mean, yeah, even if you don't want the yellow to finish a 20-point city, or I don't know how much it is.
Around 20, yeah. Oh, look
Around
at that greed. Oh my god. Look at that greed. Instead of meepling the road directly, green just wants to finish it like this.
Yeah, I like that move. But yeah.
And ends up totally working out.
Yeah, and he will meeple the field now, because that's a
Yep.
that's a mill. Yeah.
I mean, green is just crushing it.
Yeah. You know, sometimes that happens, that you are criticizing someone. How can you make that move? And in the end, he is totally doing it and winning the game. Yeah. I mean, it's not over. Yeah. 27 tiles left, and okay, he has 22 points advantage on the board, but it's an open game. If yellow finishes the top city, the small city, that's 8 points for him. And yeah, this monastery is very nice for the yellow. If he draws a straight road and another straight road after that, then he finishes the monastery and also 5 points road, and you're back in the game.
Well, just a 4-point city for now, and an 8-point city
Yep.
for yellow. So yellow's getting closer and closer on the scoreboard.
No. Yeah, the straight road.
Yeah, so now he's preparing to take 5 points for the road.
Yes, and green
and 9
takes
points.
The big city. Yeah.
So he wins like 6-ish points with that. Ooh, here comes a fight for the farm.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they get both the temp. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, both. No, I mean, yeah, it's both. They get exactly the same amount of points for the cities, but at least yellow joins the fight for the field, and I think this will be the. Probably this will be the feature that decides the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably 6, at least 6 cities on this field. But yeah, green has a big advantage already. So he has 3 meeples on the field. Yeah, but that's what I've been talking about. This 5 points road and the monastery. That's very nice. And yeah, only 4 points plus the 8 points for the blocked monastery for the green player, but the big field, yeah, that's problematic for the yellow player.
Well, I guess maybe yellow can win, you know, how kind of connect to the field and then block that other field. Although actually it doesn't matter, because look at this, currently green is scoring multiple times for these 2 cities. So yeah, just yellow needs to find some way to drop more meeples. I don't know, maybe like you build this city on the right and then you complete it and drop a farm, or then you get a city cap for the city at the bottom, you drop a farm, or this kind of lots of stuff. But with 17 tiles remaining, if you get the right tiles, I think it's something that's completely doable.
Yeah, if green does nothing, then yes, that happens. But the green also has 3 meeples, and he will for sure fight for the field. So I don't know. When you have 2 meeples advantage on a field, it's very hard to lose it. You know, you can try to block every opponent farmer, and also drop your own farmers to fight for the field, and he has to meeple the field and that field. It's not over. It's not over, but it's if I could choose, I would choose the green's position.
Oh, you bet. Well, what does green do here? Kind of an uninspiring tile, a straight road, but these sort of simple non-point scoring tiles actually show who is the real boss. 6-point field. That's interesting. He decided that's worth an entire meeple, that he doesn't really need meeples until the end of the game. This 6-point field is kind of isolated from the rest of the action, so I'm not sure if that was that urgent. On the other hand,
No.
like, what else do you do?
I wouldn't do that move, because there will be fights for this big field, you know that, and I bet that yellow wouldn't put his meeple there, so you can take that 6 points later on if you want to. But like this, you have a single meeple, and maybe this field is a problem for yellow right now, so he has to try to block it. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's one more. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's a block, right? Or there's 1, 2. Yeah, there's a triple city with a road tile, yep, which can fit there, but.
So it seems that there's one triple city with a road and one regular triple city, and there are no Doritos of any kind.
No Doritos. Okay. In that case,
I would have probably completed the field connection as yellow, and then maybe just tried equalizing that city or something. But it's
yeah.
But green must be quite happy about this move. He was trying to finish that city, not for the sake of finishing that city. He was really just trying to have extra 2 points and create some sort of threat, drain your opponent of tiles, drain your opponent of moves. That worked perfectly. So now the city is officially deceased, because red is not playing this game, but yellow draws the tile that fits here. But what does he do? That's like one of those interesting positions where you have so many meeples, but everything's so closed. Like, how do you win?
I mean, you have to create. That's not the move. I mean, I get it. You want to get as many points as possible, but you need that big field to win this game, and you have to put it in a place where it opens up a bit the fight for the field. You know. I mean, that's okay. Yeah. 4 point, but you 4 point won't win you the game. So
exactly. Maybe like a better move was just going over here at the bottom, taking 2 points, and then opening a city connection through a dagger, or something like this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about it also. So, and green meeples his last. Okay, so there's 8 more tiles, and he says he doesn't need any more meeples to win this game. It's interesting.
It could be just actually true, because he does have the 8-point monastery, and the 6-point field and the 6-point monastery. That's like 20.
And the 6 points city.
That's 26. So
yeah.
In order for yellow to win, he first of all needs to equalize the field, and then what? And then win the field.
Okay. Only one. You need one meeple to equalize the field. Or 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, you need one meeple to take the right field. You know, because that's the bigger one. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it's both of the fields are 4 city fields. So yeah.
The Road Monastery. That's kind of the Joker card. It's still in the game. It opened up so many options. Like, for example, on the last move, what yellow can do, he can go over here with a straight line. I think there are still straight lines remaining. Go like this, drop a farmer on the other side, and then with the Road Monastery, connect both farmers at the same time. Maybe something like this.
Yeah. I guess the green will join the 2 fields. I mean, it's not worth. Yeah, it's not worth it, because yellow still needs two tiles to connect his bottom farmer to the big field, and this way green has 12 points field. So if anything, he probably should try to block. Yeah, to put this crossroad right in top of the monastery. To I'm not sure if is there any straight roads left.
I think there are. But still, I guess you could just add 1 monastery point and then make it harder to connect
and
the
if,
field.
and if
Ooh, there are actually quite a few straight lines. 1, 2, 3. So there are actually 3 straight lines remaining.
Yeah, but if yellow puts it there, okay, he would get 3 points, but your monastery would be almost finished.
Oh yeah, that move. That move. I was supposed to suggest it. And actually, he can still finish the monastery if he wants. Not that it matters. And it's unfortunate for yellow that he drew the monastery this early because he wanted to draw it later.
Yeah, I mean, you have a 50-50 to draw it, so you can be picky.
Yeah.
I want it, and I want it on the last
exactly.
on the last line.
But that's what yellow needed to win, because he needed... Actually, no, you know what? Yellow missed his chance. Maybe yellow could have already gone for the thing. Although it would have been blockable, like with the thing that was suggesting with a straight line and the meeple on the other side and the monastery like this. Now MTU can safely eat up that meeple. Now he can actually go over here and complete his monastery and still have a meeple to act on his last move. Because
yeah. But is it worth it? Because you finish, you just gain 1 point, and on the last meeple, I'm not sure how many points you can do, but I'm pretty sure he cannot make 12 points. You know, and if yellow decides to finish his green's monastery, he can do the same thing. And okay, it's a big field. It's not 12 points, but 15 points if the two fields are merged. Or 18 points.
18. So actually, this move would be +7 in the meeple back. So it ain't too shabby for green. Because look at this meeple majority over here: 2 versus 1. Here's 1 versus 1 in the main field, and as they merge, is going to be 3 versus 2 for green. Moreover, green doesn't even need this field in order to win. Green just needs not to lose this field in order to win.
Yeah, and also yellow probably will join his bottom farmer in the bottom field. So that's why I'm saying that it's a good idea to finish the monastery here. Because if you don't finish it, and okay, yellow joins the bottom field, and the and that's probably the game. I don't see how yellow wins this game.
Probably takes 3 points. That's the most that there is.
Yeah.
That kind of just showing you what's about being timely.
And green can take the road on the bottom of the to take that 3 points away. So I mean that's a 4-point move.
Yeah. It's a 4-point move, but just to rub it in a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Okay, I'm not going to refresh this one. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah. What was my prediction?
Your prediction was spot on.
Okay.
It was like 3 versus 2, and it was exactly 3 versus 2. But the match wasn't as close as the results suggest. It was decided kind of early on, with 2 versus 0s in the first 3 tables. Yeah, of course, a very convincing performance for the Polish captain. Certainly, those of you who bet on him in your fantasy Carcassonne teams must be very happy. There were several of you who did that.
Okay. I also choose a few players for the fantasy team, but I guess it was not that. It were not that great choices. I mean, I picked a Portuguese player, and he didn't play a single match until now. So yeah, it sucks for me. Yeah, I mean, he's I think master or let me check his name. I know that he's a very good player.
I don't think you picked Mestre. You picked.
Oh no, Sportr.
Oh yeah, I mean he did play.
Did he play?
Yeah, he won, I think.
Oh, okay, nice. But I'm sure he didn't play on the first two matches. So
he didn't play the first match. He won the second and third.
Did he play in the second round?
That's what I have in my stats. Yeah.
Okay, then it was a good pick. Can we talk a little bit about the fantasy?
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
Just
okay.
A second. Well, we of course have to congratulate the Polish player on this win, and we have to congratulate Team Catalonia on the win overall in the match and keeping the tournament hopes alive. We will look at the tournament table in just a second, of course. Just a brief Fantasy Carcassonne update. So I didn't put this match's result just yet. Also have so many windows open. I need to make it so that we can actually see which was fun. And there was a fantasy. Oh yeah, there we go. I think you should be able to see on my stream.
Okay.
So we have a new leader now. That's Matt Tucker, who bet on himself, and later on we will be watching him play as well. Your teammate here is doing quite well, as you see.
Yeah.
Well, that's because he bet on you.
I mean, yeah, I won all three of my matches, but yeah, I missed I didn't play on our match versus the Netherlands. But yeah.
Yeah, we can see, and of course we were watching your win against one of the first world champions. That was quite a spectacular match. We watched only one game, and then I watched the other one. It was quite an interesting field fight.
Yeah, that was very, very nice. I mean, that second game was much more interesting. So
that's true, because that one actually, I think it came down to like a 66%, right, in your favor.
I didn't calculate the percentages, but
it was like two out of three, basically. Yeah. So you needed him not to block your field connection. There was one tile that was blocking the field connection. 1 out of 3 for him, and so let's see how you are doing. You are now. Well, you're definitely doing better as a player than as a fantasy Carcassonne player. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to change some of the players, but in the end, I didn't. I think I didn't have time to do so, and yeah. But I think I had a strategy going into this fantasy thing. And maybe it didn't pay off entirely, but I can tell you my idea. So I saw a lot of Japanese players were picked for fantasy, and some German players also. And I said I won't pick any Japanese or German players because we are gonna beat them. And so
and you were right. Yes.
Yeah, I mean. Okay, it's not like I was sure. Okay, we will beat them. We will beat them 4-1 or anything like that. But it's a very hard group, the Group A, and I thought that even though the Japanese players are very strong, I think they will bleed some matches, and that's why I choose a Portuguese player from the Group D, because the Group D is the easiest one in my opinion. So if you are a good player in group from one of the strong teams in Group D, there's a pretty good chance that you will win most of your matches. So
sounds like an excellent strategy, except for captains chose not to line up your players.
Yeah, that sucks. Also, that's also another thing why I was not happy seeing Vizecka not playing only two matches from the Hungarian team. Yeah, and in the hindsight, Group B was also a very, very strong group. So I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Because like if you pick players from Group B, they're going to end up playing each other and then just losing to each other as well.
Yeah.
Right.
But I picked Marian, and he's 100% for now. So yeah, I think he made half of the points for me.
Yeah, it's like super close to that. Interesting. There's very few plays like this. So there's Marian, who's 4-4-4. Can you guess the two others?
Two others.
There are only two more in the championship.
I know that someone also lost one game, so
Yep.
he's not 4-4-4.
And then he also sat one out as punishment.
Punishment or not?
I know he does that. He decided to punish himself. He's the captain. That's exactly how he does this.
Okay. I mean, I know that in one of the previous years we had this strategy. Okay, if you win your match next week, you won your right to play again, and I mean that you can go for the strategy, but as a captain, I think it's better to not restrict yourself,
Yep.
because even if you are a very good player, you can have a very unlucky day and you can lose a match. And if you are playing an important match, you want your best lineup to put up for a very important match. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. I've also kind of gone for this more flexible approach. Well, I mean, I didn't shy away from lining myself up after a loss. And but also with some other players as well.
That was pretty brutal. I mean, against Mikrek, the Spanish player, right?
Yes.
And when I watched the second match, because when I looked at the score in 30 something points or 50 or how much was, I don't want
34 versus 55.
Yeah, I mean, how the hell did this happen? That was my question. So I looked at the match, and it happens. It happens.
But the thing is, like, it doesn't. I mean, obviously, like, it was an unpleasant loss, but not because of the score, just because it's like a loss and it was a close match, and it was sort of the decider for the whole thing. Like the score thing, it doesn't matter. It's like 34-55. 100 to 101. That's still all the same for the tournament points.
Yes, I know, but when you see someone has a very low points, you know for sure that okay, he got all his meeple blocked, or almost all but one meeple blocked, and he was very unlucky or something like that. So I was curious to see how did that happen. So I checked the match.
Yeah, it certainly was an unusual game for sure. In many ways. Well, yeah, I think like 34 will be quite tough to beat unless you do it on purpose.
Yeah, and another thing is that you made it to the curiosities of the week too, with that performance. Yeah.
No, it wasn't my aim exactly to make it.
I mean, not like that, I guess. I mean, I bet you wouldn't mind if you would be in the curiosity of the week with the highest points. It's like 250 points or something like that. You wouldn't mind that one.
As long as my opponent doesn't have 251.
Yeah, I understand it.
Yeah. So I want to tell you, like, the other players who are 4-4-4 are Mikhail Rus. Or do you want to guess the other ones, or shall I just tell you?
Only one more. Can you say the country or the
Mexico
team? Mexico.
Yep.
I don't know, to be honest. Ayala, I think, lost.
Yep.
I don't know. They lost most of their matches. Not most of the matches, but I heard that today they won against Japan, which is a big surprise.
Exactly.
But I'm not sure who's their player who won all their matches. So you can.
Yeah, that's Marco Rivas. That's Manarori. That's actually that's the guy in charge of the curiosities of the week.
Okay. Yeah, I like that curiosity series, and they maybe we should ask him to post the curiosities for the third week, because it's still not up there.
Yeah, I know. What's up with that? Elias, you're from Team Mexico. Can you tell your teammate to chop?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna close the Fantasy 5 standings for a second, and this match was pretty short. Oh, by the way, hey, MTU is in the chat. Yeah, that was a spectacular move. The self block certainly.
Yeah.
For the content, I appreciate moves for the content. I can tell you that much. Well, so here's what we could do. Like the next match is in an hour, and for that, we're going to let Arpad go, and I'm going to have another special guest actually. So it's going to be a relay. But before that, do you need to go, or like, do you want to maybe analyze the game together from one of the other matches? Because currently there was the Argentina USA also going on.
Are you asking from me?
Yes, I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
I don't know because I haven't checked that match. But what other matches? Oh, that's the only match which is going right now, or?
I think that they should have finished just about now, because together. Okay, I'm gonna just open my calendar, or the match calendar on stream. Okay, so there was this Catalonia versus Poland. Then at the same time there was Brazil versus Colombia, and
No, that's an interesting one.
yes,
Can we check it?
yeah, sure, we could do that. We can. Okay. Let me just open all of them, see if it's even over. Yeah. So Gustavo Arruda, the hero of our Carcassonne move of the week, has won 2-0 against the captain, Carcassonne 7. Eric Mateus has won also 2-0 against Sergio Antolinas, probably the strongest Colombian player. So I can, I guess, predict how the match went. And Vinny Lessa lost against the player with screen name Pechitos. So it's 2-1. Okay, let's look at the other ones. There's Mejuto and there's Rinaldo.
Salva.
Yep.
The Colombian player who beat someone you know also won both of his games. So that's 2-2 until now. Yep. I haven't checked the other one, so let's see.
Yep, and finally Fernando Mejuto won his two games versus Latrisa. So it's 3-2 for Brazil.
Yeah, every match was 2-0, right?
Except for one. Except for Vinny's match. That was 2-1. 1-2.
Do you want to check that match? The last one, the deciding? Because probably chronologically that was the last game which decided basically the...
Yeah, let's go. So that's... the one where, well, I guess we saw the outcome where Pechitos won with...
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, well, Pechitos won. That didn't really decide the match.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, we can still check it.
Consolation prize, yeah, check it.
Yeah. Because it was, I mean, both players are above 600, so that should be pretty interesting. Do you have the game open?
No, I'm watching the stream now.
Yeah, you can just... yeah, I guess we can do like this. So we have a...
Yeah, it's better to watch on the stream because sometimes until now I was watching on my in browser the game, but I didn't saw anything what you were talking about. So sometimes I just was wondering, okay, where is your cursor and what are you talking about, because I didn't know.
Yeah,
so it's easier this way.
Makes sense. So, actually, before I analyze, because like players start with natural moves and everything, you see probably this little tile counter thing that was made by the Spanish player with screen name Estroncio. Do you ever use it for game analysis, or do you always like do everything in your mind?
I never used tile counter. I mean, it's I don't even know how to install it, to be honest. And I know for sure that I think 2 years ago I tried to use it, but it was not working for me. You know, because it interrupts me. It's better to concentrate on the game. And when there's a critical tile which you need or you want to block something to count the tiles, at least that's how I play, you know. Because if you are switching between the game and another tab, or if you write the tiles on a paper, it's switching between these two screens, or it just disturbs me, and it's I just play much worse when I use that, so I decided not to use it, and yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. I do hear that a lot actually. So this specific tile counter, it wouldn't turn on for games. It would turn on only for the analysis.
Okay,
But
nice.
here's my follow-up actually. Do you analyze games as a team? Like, do you have team practice or something like this? Because I know many teams do.
Yeah, there were times when I mean, in previous competitions, I mean, in previous years, where we were doing team practices and some stuff like that. But this year we just had a few preparation matches, and basically that's all. And I played with one of the players who he's a bit more inexperienced, just to talk about stuff, and try to learn suggest him stuff, but it's hard because yeah, I have 4 kids, and I don't have a lot of time, in the during the days, so that's why we try to schedule our matches in the evening at 10 o'clock local time, because by 10 o'clock most of the times I manage to put my kids to sleep. And that's also true for the other members of the team also. I think Bogdan also has kids. You talk with him
Yeah, I know
about it.
Erwin also.
Yeah, Erwin
Same thing.
also.
That's why I also see him like late at night playing.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it would be nice, and I think I see that it would help a lot to make this, but yeah, it's yeah, I just can't fit it in my schedule.
Yeah, that certainly makes sense. So that's actually amazing that you're able to stay at the top. Uh, I guess you just like have to be very efficient with how you play games and learn from them.
Yeah.
Well, here I was sort of like blitzing through the opening moves because they were sort of natural. Was the first interesting point for maybe for less experienced viewers. So this is quite a strong move here from Black. Black decided not to continue his city over here, but even though it was sort of vulnerable, Black decided to just start a new city over here. And as a response, Red very interestingly took a 2-point road and then meepled the city cap outwards. What do you think about that move? I almost said Bogdan, but I meant Arpad.
Yeah. I mean, I understand it because Black has already 2 open cities and he wants to close them. But I'm betting that the Colombian player will take that open city cap and have just 3. Why would you leave it to your opponent? So there's
Exactly.
plenty of finishing tiles there. So
Yep.
I would rather. I mean, I get 2 points is 2 points. It's not bad, but I would rather place it in the bottom to try to attack the Black player.
And starting your city as well, yeah.
And yeah, and starting and manipulating the city. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you don't take the 2 points, but you have the city cap for 4 points later.
And you create 2 different attacking platforms, and also you pre-build a 4-point road with a curve like this and a curve like this. And this road benefits you because by adding a curve over here later on, you put pressure on this other meeple over here. So that's certainly one move. Like when I see this tile, I'm usually super greedy. I really, really love the 2 points. I mean, I think today in one of my matches I made an exception. I'm glad I did so because it was actually kind of important to not leave the city cap open. But another move that I quite like here for Red is this. It's taking 2 points, but turning the city cap downwards.
Yes.
And then the idea that if Black takes this city cap, then we immediately block this meeple over here. And if he doesn't, when we take a city cap ourselves, then we not only take 4 points, but also create a block in platform, so we do everything with tempo.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, if you if you have this tile with the crossroad and the city cap, I can understand if you take the 2 points city, but at least rotate it in such a way that your opponent cannot take that empty cap with any city cap. You know.
And I think, yeah, exactly, he was thinking that, oh, there's two city open, but I guarantee you now, Black is not exactly, yeah, just like you said, Black is not going to shy away to have 3 cities open just to clean everything off. And I already quite like Black in this position, so Red keeps sort of chasing around. Black will probably take 2 points and at the same time secure the city. Kind of natural moves.
But okay, this I don't get why this 2 points is this crossroad. If he would have taken the bottom, oh, he's the black. Okay,
yeah, that was the black. That was the black. Exactly. So, it was actually for protection.
Okay,
yeah. So that makes sense. So red like connects to the city. That's kind of natural. Black now probably will continue one of his cities. I guess this one with a. I like it with a meeple on the road actually. Yep.
Would you do this same move of if you were the red player to join that city? I mean, it's 3 points and it still needs 2 city caps to finish it.
Or... Actually, maybe I would join the other city.
The other city.
Yeah, the other city on the right, which had like only one city cap.
Okay, but you open yourself for an attack on the monastery.
Let's see. That's a good question. Like, how much do we care? How much do we care about that monastery meeple? How much do we care about monastery meeple? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So that's why I didn't really like question this move because it looks natural. But it does seem to me like you need to attack one of those cities. There's still plenty of city caps. Like you either do it now or you do it after your opponent adds a city cap.
Okay, but consider this: Black has 2 other cities, and he has and if he draws a cap, he will surely try to finish them first, you know? If you have a city with one, which you can finish with 1 city cap, you won't put that on a 3 points other city, which needs another city cap to finish, you know? So I would rather put it near my monastery to build up that monastery.
Because, just like this, with a meeple on the city, I assume.
Yes, of course. And if your opponent tries to block it, because it's okay, maybe he puts a road there, but he's building up your monastery. So and yeah, okay.
Yeah. The reason I definitely understand the idea of equalizing because that sort of removes the variance in the game. Okay, like what if your opponent draws like something like 5 city caps in a row, or whatever. So Vinny meeples the roads, and yeah, now of course he's gonna finish one of those cities, probably the more vulnerable one. This one certainly makes sense, and there's still the second one open. And as you said, it's not easy to attack because if we attack this city, then immediately the monastery is vulnerable. But let's see if he goes for it. I presume he's gonna like. I like starting a road here, just to clean it. Although no, 5 road ends, maybe that's not the best. Or just building up a monastery, something like this. Probably too early. Oh, for fields. Yeah, sure. Why not? Trying to get inspiration from Marian and showing a farmer first. Oh, look at this move. Did you expect that from Black? Trying to fight for this huge city as opposed to continuing his little piece.
But it's not that great city. I mean, it's okay. I would rather go for the other city, which is already started, and
yeah, because you can curve it upwards. You can protect. I assume that was the intention, or do you curve it downward?
I'm betting right now that this big city in the left will not be finished in this game.
Oh, well, maybe for sure.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean it's not impossible. But if they fight for it, and it will be harder and harder to finish it, in my opinion.
Oh, it will be for sure. Maybe like Black was thinking something like this. Let's say Red just dropped a farmer and committed to a field. The field is actually pretty closed. Okay, because of these old roads over here. Maybe if we finish the city, then it will remain at 9 points. And then if we open a ruin to sort of counterbalance that feature, maybe we can like make that ruin up to, I don't know, 16 points if we're lucky. And then sort of we have a meeple investment which kind of outweighs the investment of red. Still a bit of, I say wishful thinking, because obviously like a lot of things can happen. But I know that like the top players are usually very, very stingy about their shield. They like using their shields for completable, unshared cities.
Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, I don't really like to create big features like big cities, big ruins, big fields, because if that happens, sometimes in the end game a coin toss will decide who wins the game, who gets the lucky curve to join that field, or the lucky city tile to join the city, you know. And I would rather try to play very efficiently with greedy moves, you know, and score more points like that, and try to avoid big features.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
certainly makes sense. I do hear like that again a lot from top players, because you know, if there are no big features, then kind of like there's more room to outplay your opponent. There's less variance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because luck is there in this game, so it's a factor. It's definitely a factor, the luck. And when you play versus weaker players, or sometimes they get lucky, and even if they are doing bad moves or bad placements, with a lucky draws and lucky tiles, in the end they can snatch a big field and win the game. So that's why I would rather try to go greedy and play the most efficient moves, and not leave big. Try to not have a big fields and big cities because that's opens up the game to who's the lucky one, you know.
Mm-hmm. Did you hear, everybody? Greedy, efficient moves, small fields. That's how you got to play to win the world championship. Okay.
I mean, it's not like it's a short thing, but that's how I try to do it. And you know what? If you try to go for greedy and efficient moves, sometimes it forces your opponent to try to block you, you know. And a lot of times they waste some moves just to try to block you, and they can't even block you in the end. And even if they block you, they wasted the tiles on that block, and you still get the 8 points for the monastery and 6-7 points for a blocked city, you know. So
mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you just can outrun them.
Yeah.
So, well, but of course there are exceptions for everything. So
of course.
Remember, you were fighting for a 24-point field in your last game against Navarre 79, which you won.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if there's a big feature in the game, and that's the feature that's deciding the game, you have to fight for it. Mm-hmm. But it depends on the tiles you draw. So it's not like, okay, this is every game I do this, because if sometimes it's out of your control. So sometimes it's you draw the correct tiles to restrict the field or to block your opponent. But sometimes even if you try to do it, it doesn't happen, because that's how the game it is. Sometimes you cannot do what you want, or what would be winning for you.
Oh yeah, thanks for saying that. Because look, I also sometimes hear from players, or you know, like I like joining to the city, or I like blocking to the city. Like sometimes it's not up to you. Like you draw what you draw.
Yeah.
So yeah, with this tile. I mean, we kind of we'll try to go through the moves maybe a little bit quicker, but I'm very curious what you think about this move here by red, just adding 1 point to the monastery with this triple city tile. So red had the same tile as us as black.
I wouldn't do that, because if you want to finish your monastery, you have to put another city tile, and you wouldn't meeple it, because you need a dagger to finish it, you know. And you are just wasting tiles to finish your monastery. If you want to, it's not an efficient way to build around your monastery, you know. I would go for the on the left side on the ruin to try to block the black, either from joining his second meeple to the ruin, or blocking your meeple to being joined to that ruin, you know, because you can still extend on downward with your meeple and create a separate ruin, you know. And you have a single meeple on that ruin, and your opponent has already committed 2 meeples on the other ruin.
Exactly. And there's even some scenarios to outgrow. But that's excellent point that you're bringing up. So like sometimes, even though this move sort of adds points to your opponents, it's actually kind of hurts more you than help you. Well, in addition, yeah, so like how are you going to continue? If you're going to draw a city tile, well, it's usually a juicy tile that needs to be used elsewhere. And also, in addition to that, you're kind of killing off your own monastery spot. So now you can't continue monastery with a monastery. It's like hurts you actually quite bad.
Yeah.
But I think, like, I understand. I think maybe they just put it there because they weren't sure what else to do. Now, the exact same things happens. They do draw the city tile just to continue the monastery. They can't use it as a city, exactly like you said. Oh, and black now goes for it. Black now decides he wants to finish the city. So I assume red will start.
Yeah, but you see, if he would have, the red player, if he would have had put his city tile in where I suggested, he would have an opportunity to block black from finishing it, or put attack it with another meeple, so he can have an equal number of meeples building that big city. So yeah.
Exactly. So now he drops a triangle over here, which is also iffy to me because, like, black can just simply draw one of the many city caps and start a new city like this. Just pick up this empty piece. What happens to the square doesn't really matter because black has a really healthy advantage. Black actually doesn't really need to finish the city. Black just needs for red to sort of chase the city around. Something like this.
Exactly.
Black completes the field connection. Do you pause me if some moves are quite interesting?
Okay.
Then immediately red continues his monastery, also sort of saves his monastery, and drops the city caps next to his monastery, which makes sense. Black, I assume, is either going to take those 4 points or probably going to go for the 14 over here to just start a new city. Ah, he goes like this. So he now decides to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to go for... He wants to both expand the field and then win the ruin. Interesting. I see a phoneme of disapproval from Arpad.
I'm not sure which move are you talking about right now.
I'm talking about the move just that black just played. Also, your camera froze, and it appears it's not just the stream.
Yeah, sorry, because I have a MacBook and also a PC next to it, and I was doing the live Skype from the MacBook, and it went hibernate. So sorry for that.
Yeah. Well, no worries. We can still see your face. It's kind of like in a very thoughtful position. So
yeah,
that's what you want to get.
Okay, do you see me now?
Nope, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yes, I do. All good.
Okay.
All good.
Okay, so the last move, black played with on the bottom. I mean, I wouldn't finish the empty city cap near the red's monastery. because if you put it like that, it's certainly finished monastery for red. But yeah, if you draw any roads, you just put there and restrict red's monastery. But yeah, red got a basic city cap, so he will enjoy that for extra points.
Oh, he enjoy that he will, and there's sort of some interesting ideas as well. He'll probably finish his monastery. Maybe he can even like drop another farmer and then like connect all the fields with a road monastery like this through this square. Well, let's see if that actually happens.
Yeah, but he can. Okay. So black can. Here's an interesting move. Okay, that's not what I would have done. I would have go lower and meeple it with the curve pointing downward. You know, so if red wants to finish it, finish the road, it gives 3 points to black, and even if yeah.
Of course, that's what we talk about, the efficient play. Yes, because you're only one curve from you're only one curve away from securing like a 9-point road, so you can build a 9-point road with 2 tiles. That's amazing efficiency. So that's a very nice spot over here. And also kind of this move, it looks like it starts a block, but it actually also like pre-builds a nice monastery spot for red.
Yeah, so I mean, what's the idea? I mean, do you put a curve there? It's not like it's a block, you know, so...
Actually, I see this very often. Like, sometimes players, they start blocking simply just putting a tile next to your opponent's stuff, hoping for something, not actually visualizing which tiles are they going to use to complete the block. Because sometimes you see that, oh, there's actually no way to complete the block almost. So finally somebody draws a straight line to take 3 quick points.
Yeah.
Black wants to secure his city, also to continue it. That sort of makes sense. Vinny now starting a new city, also at the same time opening attack points over here. Kind of a multi-purpose move. Also, I guess there's some scenarios how triangle, triangle, and this cities could possibly be connected that way. That happens. So he goes for the big field play. What'd you make of that, Marian? Sorry about that.
No problem.
But you know why I said Marian, because it's a field move.
yeah. I mean, Marian's field play is very strong, so I get it. Yeah, it's already a 12-point field, and with an open city cap, so that probably will be a 15-point field. And if monastery with road is drawn, then you can add 6 more points to that. And there's there are no obvious attacking points for this field, so it's a good move in my opinion. I mean, the only other option I would have considered was to finish. I mean, to close on the top the big city, you know, and put a meeple on the other end.
Ooh.
So,
interesting.
You know, because it's a big city, and it's very, very. At this point, it's not that impossible to finish it. I mean, it's 3 tiles, you can finish it, and you can also, if you put it like
And suddenly also there's a divider which you can kind of finish it immediately. You know, on the offset that you have it.
Yeah.
So red here decides to go on the left, expanding his city, and also hoping to either connect through these 2 squares, or possibly grab one of the couple remaining triangles and build up like this and block the square in its entirety.
Okay, let's see. I mean, black probably will try to... I'm curious. Okay, but I don't like that move.
I know.
Red draws a city cap and puts it and meeples it, and you have an almost finished city. And when you draw the straight line, you finish the monastery, and you can meeple the field also. And you threaten to enter to the big field, And even if you don't enter it, there's at least 6 or 9 points for that field also on the top field. So yeah.
Yep.
And also, if I'm black, I need that triangle in the bottom to finish this city, you know, because if you put it down to join red's meeple, what does red do? It's 2 tiles to finish the big city, and if you finish that big city, yeah, it's game over for red.
Exactly.
Okay,
And it's super threatening. And it's also like very hard to reconnect as well because there's so few triangles remaining. So certainly this move kind of feels a little bit slow, or maybe like also an alternative move just kind of starts a small city at the bottom, drop a third farmer, all kinds of ideas here.
Yeah.
So we don't see a farmer just yet, but now surely there's going to be the road that Arpad suggested many moves before. Like you always go here, right? It's on the 21.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay, so now he does it. And now he's going to meeple the field. Well, probably upon completion, then Vinny has a choice between either blocking his city on the left, doing something like this, or just clearing off a city cap at the bottom.
Let's see.
So he goes for the block, and it is indeed a complete block. And now, if red draws a divider, red can put a divider over here, leave those 2 meeples blocked, and then hope to still complete his city.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's why if you connect red's meeple to your big city, then it's that's a good investment already. 6, 8, 10, 12. It would be a 12 points ruin.
Exactly, and about to close.
With only 1 extra meeple, so that's a good investment already.
So that's why black decides to finally do this on this move. Red draws a fantastic tile, but red needs it in like 2 places because red really needs it over here to get his meeple back near the 8. Because there's only so many tiles remaining, this meeple can be blockable in 1 move. On the other hand, maybe he doesn't care so much about getting his meeple back because this would bring in the black farmer. So he might just as well go here and take 5 points for the road. Interesting situation. What would you do?
How many curves are left?
4
curves. I would go for that 5-point road because instead of black scoring 9 points, you score 5. I mean +1. So yeah, that's what he's going to do.
So now, interestingly, black does not block that road, even though a complete block was available. He does not go over here. He just simply starts blocking a city when there were like 10 city caps remaining.
Yeah, it's not. That's.
And also, that was kind of. Oh no, that was black. That was black. No, that was black. So black actually made a move that red could have done, because it just nicely protects the city.
Yeah, and also you should think about working a bit to bring your second meeple on the big field. You know, because you can block red's meeple, which will score only 3 points, but it would be more important to try to bring your meeple closer to join that field.
It's maybe like something through this side over here.
Yes. Okay,
especially if you're lucky to draw a crossroads and score some 3
extra points. Yes.
And now red is suddenly doing not too bad, because red just finished a nice city by 12 points, and then red has a monastery for 8 points, which almost equals this rune. Okay, this rune is bigger, but red has the scoreboard advantage. And also red still has some of the moves that Arpad was talking earlier, that you kind of finish a monastery with tempo meepling the new city cap. So the position is not looking that great for black. Let's see what it does. Probably will work on... Ooh, interesting.
What?
So black wants to prevent the ruin from attack, I guess.
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty big ruin, but you could score 3 points, and also bring your meeple closer to join that field. I mean, there's plenty of tiles left to do that, but it's
You know what? There's only so many tiles left to do that, because let's say if red draws like the triple city with the road and scores 3 points himself, then suddenly
yes,
your meeple is cut off.
yeah. From the right side, yes, but
Yeah,
from the
yeah.
left side is still. So it's not like it's completely blocked. And even if it remains blocked, you finish that the other city cap at say 6 points and 4 points extra for the city if you finish it. So I don't know.
Yeah, because it does
But
seem like
but
it's. Uh
it's I don't like when you have a monastery with a road to not score anything. So especially when you have a lot of meeples. So you have 3 meeples. So it's okay. You either do a multi-purpose move like finishing a 3 points road and closing and helping your other meeple to join the big field, or you just if there's a good monastery spot, then that's also a good move in my opinion. There's 3 meeples left.
Yeah, it does sort of make sense, because it also seems that like if there were maybe 25 points in that ruin, that would have been a different question. But it's not like your opponent is going to necessarily attack on the next move, and there's still plenty of road tiles, and you can accomplish that goal a little bit later if you want. And even if your opponent does attack, your opponent has 3 tiles remaining to fit here, so he will wait for a while before one of those tiles comes. And in the meantime, you can actually attempt to block this connection, because some of the, well, many of the regular city tiles, actually the triple city tiles, many of them are out.
Yeah, there's 3 more city.
Yeah.
So.
But the ones which have the field with them, those are out.
Yeah, and apparently Red is not counting the tiles, or he made a mistake.
It does seem that kind of Red is hoping to continue a block which is already blocked, and well.
I mean, if the only situation when I think this move is okay, if you rely on the fact that your opponent is still is also not counting the tiles, and he will waste a tile there to block the block which is already blocked.
Yes, that is so evil, and to be honest, I actually do that, and it sometimes works.
Yeah.
Especially like if you manage to do it with a tile where you don't have much value from like a straight line,
yes.
And then your opponent draws a crossroad where he can, but instead of scoring a 5-point road, he goes and saves that city, which is no longer salvageable.
Yeah.
So that's really nice.
But not when you have 3 meeples. So I wouldn't do this. If I have a single meeple and I don't want to waste it, okay. I mean, I do a move like this if I don't have anything better to do with it, just to mess with your opponent, and to see if he's counting or not, But when you have three meeples, I would rather try to either take the 6-point field and which near the opponent's. Because Red will finish his monastery probably, and he will not be able to meeple the field if Black already has a meeple on it, Okay.
Alrighty. Well, let's see. Oh, he is not counting. Red's not counting. Oh no, what's the thing. Such a nice, valuable tile.
Yes.
I wonder, like, because that's interesting. What was the time on the clock? Like in time trouble, I would understand. But if you have 2 minutes on the clock, then that's something to think about for sure.
But 3 meeples. Why not? Why don't you attack from the south? From the south, and meeple the city cap, and you still have a chance to join the big ruin. And
I think you don't, because there are no triple cities left. No triple cities with a field. Yeah, there are only triple cities with the road and the quadruple city.
Okay. I missed that. I miscounted then. Okay, and it's.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, then like the move is you count tiles, and then you start a city, or you meeple a field, or you finish a road or something. So this could have been decisive, but ooh, what a juicy monastery here for Black. Controls Red's road, and probably now takes care of the connection to the field.
Yeah, that's
There's this connection spot, but red cannot use it right now. So let's see what red does with this monastery. I don't see really any strong spots. Yeah, this one, sure. This one makes sense, actually.
yeah, but it's a 3-point monastery. I mean, I would rather go for the on the right side. You know,
The
and it's a
4-point monastery. Yeah,
four
makes
point
sense, makes sense.
monastery, and leave it for the black player to finish your road if he wants to. I mean, meh, it's not a great spot for a monastery in my opinion.
So I've seen this play, and you know what kind of what this is aimed at? Is aimed at like equalizing black's monastery, saying that black
Yeah,
will not be able to get his meeple back quickly unless he wants to build the shared squares. And in the
yeah, no,
meantime, as red, I'm going to build here, 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 and kind of make sure that I have the same number of points on this side as you have on
yeah.
this side.
And also, there's a connection point from the tile, which would not exist if you. I mean, it would still would exist if you would place the monastery on the right side, but I guess black will handle that one with this move. It's 50-point field, so
So would you drop a third farmer here as black?
uh, not necessarily, because then you're down to one meeple, and yeah, it's maybe you need more than one for even you have 20 tiles left. You know.
On the other hand, then you're like suddenly 27 points up on
Yeah,
your incompleted features. But then your opponent can maybe outrun you. So he does the thing. It
yeah.
does the thing after all. Interesting.
Okay. And he let me put it. Yes, but that's the thing that red can go for other stuff. You can go. You can go on finish your other monastery, meeple that field, finish that other small city. So yeah, let's see
Exactly, yeah.
how
And I
it's
think
gonna
like
go.
you can have actually as red you can have so much stuff. You can basically if you get city cap and then another city cap, you get 6 points for the city, extra point for the monastery, that's 7, and
Yeah,
then 9 points for the field, that's 16 with just one meeple and 2 tiles.
yeah. And
Yeah, so
also, yeah, it's. I mean, if you are certain that a feature will win you the game, it's okay to over meeple it. But at this point, red can give up on the bottom field, which is 15 points, because there's no way he will enter there with two meeples, you know. So it 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 kind of feels like you make sure that your opponent will do the right thing and try to fight for other stuff.
yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see what it does. Well, I guess there's only one sort of move that makes sense. He has to sort of dump this
Yes,
tile.
yes,
Then I assume black will just add a city cap into his fields.
yes.
Yeah, and he does that in such a way where there's actually like still one city cap that sort of fits in that square. As Vinny, you probably just I guess you get your meeple. You don't. Interesting.
No.
He doesn't get his meeple back. I wonder.
Yeah, because then black will pretty much certainly will get back his meeple from the monastery as well, and you don't need that meeple. I mean, okay, you give one. Basically, you just gain one point because you also gain 1 point for your monastery. But black has only one meeple, and if he doesn't finish his red's road, then he will remain with one. Maybe that one meeple is enough for the rest of the game, but I don't know.
No, that makes sense. Okay, he kind of just decides that he wants to keep these two tangled up together just so that black doesn't get his meeple back.
Yeah, because if you are black, you don't want to finish your opponent's road. It's a net -1 point, and you give your opponent his meeple back. So.
Yeah, well, red was forced to just sort of dump a tile because there's black was forced to just dump a tile over here. Red again doesn't have. Oh, red can actually go over here on the 13 and then block these two monasteries together. Also restrict the fields a little bit, and then hope to draw a curve to get his meeple back. So I assume this is what he's gonna do.
Yeah, probably.
So that's a nice sequence, but, and this is maybe was key to the victory, black drew the coin flip. He won this for the city cap. The one city cap that fits in the square to the right and gets +7 with this move.
Yeah.
4 points for the city, 3 points for the field, and now it's already creating a flip for the road. If he gets the road as well, then that's just it. So I guess there's not much what we can do as red. As red, we can, I guess, go over here, restrict the field, try to restrict the road as well. Because the road is quite a bit of a problem. It will grow the field even further. So he goes like this. And meeples the field already.
No. Yeah. Oh, that field. Okay.
Yeah, that was red. Well, I guess he'll have to do it eventually, right? And he's hoping to.
Yes.
When he draws the city cap, he wants to meeple the city.
Yeah. But it's a good move, meaning that when you finish your monastery, if you meeple the city cap, I mean the small city, then black can meeple the field. And if you meeple the field, then it will be an open city, which it's 6 points for your opponent if he draws the city cap. So it's a bit of a dilemma. And this way, when you finish your monastery, you can place a meeple on the city with tempo. So
exactly.
It's okay. It's a good move.
So that's how sort of red got all his bases covered and made sure that he doesn't lose value in the future. Reds decides to go for the 4-point road instead of getting a meeple back from his road, just in case black draws another curve.
Yeah, it's a good move. It's a good move because there's still 3 points to 3 tiles to finish your monastery on as red. So you are not in a hurry to.
Exactly.
So it's pretty good chances to you take that meeple back, and you don't want to leave 4 points for your opponent. So.
So well, red just uses the curve to restrict the field, the straight line. He doesn't really have a good use for it. Well, black drew the all-important quick points for that road.
Yeah.
Black also won the coin flip for the final curve, but finally Vinny here does the thing that you told him. Then he meeples the city cap. Of course, immediately black will annoy the city cap, as he should. And this is in fact now almost completely blocked because there's only one tile that fits here, and it's a triple city tile, so it needs triple city plus 2 city caps. Still, red had to try. That was red win condition, but did not end up working out. Well, at least red has a 3-point move over here, so that's something. He has to go for every bit of value that you can get. And now probably what black is going to do, he's just going to meeple the monastery with his last meeple and simply be happy with the surplus, because he has like a 13-point ruin. He has an 18-point field.
Yeah.
That's like 31. Okay, -12 on the scoreboard, that's 19. -8, that's, and then -3, -11, that's only 8 points. Yes, you're still 8 points ahead as black, and now you... Oh, he doesn't do this just yet. I wonder why. I'm not sure there's going to be any better features. And yeah, it seems that like that red is completely helpless in this situation. He's probably just forced to take a couple of points, but a couple of points ain't gonna make that difference. So it was really the key moment was this, where red really had to finish his city and get a meeple back, and that was really important, not only for the meeple, but really for those extra 7 points that you would have gotten from the city cap. But the blocking tile, that's what's decided the game.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there were not too many. The only tile that black could route to not block red from finishing it were the monastery and the city road tile. So all the others were kind of blocking. So
well, the city caps weren't entirely blocking. Because let's say if you were to draw like a regular city cap or like this, then we would still have. Oh, there was then we would still have the splitter, which was drawn here. In fact, which was drawn by red. So of course, red still had to try. Now scoring 4 points for a city.
Yeah, but yeah, black would have been better off with meepling the monastery on the right side and end up with 7 points. This is only 5 points, right?
1, 2, 3.
6. No, it's 6.
Still 7 is better than 6.
With the last. Yeah.
And actually, he would have ended up with 8 because he would have gotten this and then one more over here. So it's 2 more points. A bit of imprecision here from black, but I kind of understand black a little bit. Sometimes when you're winning, because like part of you is saying that, oh, maybe you don't have to count that hard. Like there's this part of a brain that wants you to relax a little bit. Of course, it may be not the healthiest instinct, but surely understandable. And 9-point difference. So actually a game which turned out to be closer than it may seem. A couple of quick points here and there could have decided this the other way. That was an important coin flip over here. But overall, the Colombian player won. Whose play did you like better here, Arpad?
I think the Colombian player. I mean, it's not because he won the game, but it looked more precise. I mean, yeah, it's the Brazilian player. I mean, he's a good player. I played a few games with him, and I think he beat me more times than I beat him. So he's a good player, but it's clearly he didn't count the tile when he blocked and already blocked space, and there were some strategic mistakes in my opinion. But I'm this Colombian guy is played pretty well. So yeah, they are a strong team apparently.
Well, yeah, I have to agree with your judgment here. And even though they lost this match, they won this duel and they probably got important tiebreakers. So best of luck to both teams. And yeah, thank you so very much, Arpad, for being here. It was certainly great to hear your insights. Now it's time to let you go rest, and I'm gonna have another special guest in just a few minutes. So we're gonna take a break for about 5 minutes, and then I'll see everybody at in 5 minutes or something for UK versus Spain.
Thank you for the opportunity to join you on the stream. It was a pleasure for me. And have a nice time further.
Yep.
There's a couple more hours of streaming for you. Okay. Goodbye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, all right. Bye, Arpad. Okay. So we're gonna turn that off, and we're gonna turn that off as well for a second. I'm gonna change our co-commentator. I'm not gonna show it to you who it is, and actually I'm gonna go on break. Just gotta fix the time. I'll be back at 19:25. Сейчас я скажу когда. I'm not sure if I should say it again, but I wish good things to you who are still watching this. I guess I need to say this again because it's like, even though it's the same stream, it's a new match. And I have a new special guest with me. Currently with me is the reigning vice champion of Ukraine and the captain of one of the strongest team in the tournament, Sergey Zakharenko, with whom some of you will be familiar with the screen name Zaharik.
Hello, everyone.
Okay,
thank you, Alexey, that invite me to this stream. I really glad to be here.
Nice. Okay, so I don't know how much intel you've done or everything. I've done a little bit. I've like prepared the scoreboard. What do you make of the teams that are playing? Who do you think is going to win? Team UK, Team Spain? To me, they're roughly equal, but I was wondering, because you've already played UK, you haven't played Spain yet. What was your thought on them? And please share.
We have played against UK a lot of times. I just checked that we had 3 games in the tournaments. We have 1 game in Euro Cup. We have 2 games in World Cup. And I think that for us, it's a really hard opponent to play with. And I heard the words from Days that they don't like to play against us, but I can say the same, that most of our games are really complicated against UK. We like to play some friendly games with them. And the results of these games are much better than our games tournaments. So I think that today UK for me it's favorite. It's leader in this game. But Spain really surprised us. Before the tournament, we noticed that a lot of Spain players are on the top of Arena, the previous season of Arena. So we I don't know, expected from Spain some good results, but 3 win in first 3 games, it's some amazing results for them, I think. So I think that this game today will be pretty equal. So, but I still I think that UK will win this game.
All right, then of course it has to be 3-2, right? How else could it be? It has to be a close one. And interesting, you mentioned that Spain has 3 wins in the first 3 games. They actually are the only team in Group B to do so. Even China lost a game. That was to Poland. Ukraine, as we can see, 1-2, lost 2 games. And as you said, one of the Ukraine's losses was, in fact, to Team UK, despite one of the British players not showing up. Well, they're also... Well, so you won your duel, of course, because you didn't have to play. Yeah, and I think he still got the tiebreaker. So, like, in Group B, absolutely anything can happen. Well, there's several duels that we can watch, right? I've kind of started watching StatMat simply because I think he's one of the more interesting players. And also because he's playing against the strongest player in Spain, both by rating and also according to other Spanish players. So he's playing against Estroncio. So that's the game that I have opened. I don't know, you can either like open the stream or just open the game StatMat versus Estroncio. And of course, we'll be listening to instructions from our viewers. If you believe there's a different table that we can watch, please do let us know. Also, hi Elias, hi Kestutis. And of course, if you have any other questions to our special guests, then please do ask them at some points in the stream. I don't know, anything Carcassonne related or else, and then Sergey will see if he wants to answer. But to this position, very unusual as well. The player with the blue meeples, that's the Spanish player, has already scored 6 points for a city and has a bit of an advantage going for him as a result of that on the scoreboard. And well, yellow does have this road over here, and yellow has this a 3-point farmer, but this 3-point farmer is exactly the problem. He was trying to sort of build up the field, but what's happening now, this square is going to get super sensitive, and look at this move here by blue. Blue managed to close down this field almost entirely, and now is threatening to complete a block over here. And I think a mistake here from yellow. I think it was much better to actually like finish the city from the other side, because you're threatening quite a bit of a block. So let's see how this sensitive square here resolves just in time. Yellow drew this extender tile to prevent a complete block, because look at this tile. That was a blocking tile, but not anymore. But had yellow actually listened to my suggestion, then they would have been in a much more favorable situation. They would have had like the city cap over here and the triple city over here, and they would have been one move away from completing. But look at this incredible move here. I think just so unusual by blue, and I've seen this from the Spanish player. This 1-point road with a meeple, just to make sure that in case not red, but yellow draws a tile that finishes his city, he's forced to continue his road. Sergey, what do you make of 1-point meeples like these, especially next to your monastery?
I really don't like to to play like that without meeple, because in case your opponent will finish the city, he can also take a really easy road for 2 points or more. But I haven't played I think any time like that. Like with 1 point road to the city. I think that I would prefer to find another way to connect to the city, maybe from the top. But it's really interesting move.
It's definitely for the content. I guess they knew that they were going to be streamed, and so they decided to go for something extravagant. But that's an excellent point that you're bringing up, that like while this move looks flashy, what blue did is actually blue took away a connection point from himself. So now blue's really wants to block this square, I guess. But then if blue blocks the square, he ends up with 2 meeples trapped versus 1. So that's not ideal for him. And look at this. Now blue kind of was fearlessly building around these monasteries, but this meeple here is so vulnerable. It's 1 tile away from being blocked in its entirety, and blue does not draw a saving tile. Like, what does blue do? I guess blue could draw or could go over here and then sort of start blocking this point, and at the same time block the farmer, and at the same time prepare an attack on this city, something like this. Another move that you could do as blue, I guess, is ignore this meeple and just simply score the 4 points, but it doesn't seem that it's going to be worth the 4 points. So he goes for my first suggestion. Now, yellow has a simple curve, not much to do. Maybe go over here. Oh, he made a very quick decision. I wonder why that is. I don't know if you're familiar with like StatMats. I think he didn't play against Ukraine actually, or did he? Yeah, I don't think he did.
Let me check. I didn't remember exactly.
Yes, and normally he's like very slow, but he has been blitzing out a couple of moves. And look at this. In the meantime, Blue actually managed to save his city, and Blue is doing fantastically.
Yeah, he got the really great tile for him. And yeah, for sure he has to gain this city because it's potentially 6-point city, and even with the last meeple, it was to do that.
Exactly. It doesn't matter that it's the last meeple. He has to do that. Well, stay without meeples for a while, but it's okay. Like, eventually his meeples are going to come back. But here's the question here for Yellow. I was going to ask, do you like Yellow's saving move over here? It sort of saves his road, and it expands the farm a little bit. On the other hand, it takes away the option of using... Well, yeah, it doesn't really take away anything. It just will force you to use a very lucrative tile to continue your opponent's city in order to save your road, especially when you're 12 points down.
You know, when you some moments in the game, I have no chance to see that because if I open the stream, it shows me the picture maybe half minutes ago, something like that. So I'm watching the game on the board game arena, so I can see your highlights. So if you want to ask me some questions about some move, maybe you should explain me on the map where is it.
Oh yeah, I'll try to be like as descriptive as possible.
Yeah.
So this is interesting. So like Bogdan here in the chat is suggesting something really nice. I was about to suggest that for one of the previous moves. So with the straight line that is currently now at the top right next to Blue's city, that was the tile that Yellow drew. And Bogdan was suggesting before this 6-point city next to Yellow's monastery was drawn, like before Blue placed his last meeple and everything, to place this tile over here on the left, kind of reducing Blue's defense options to just the starting tile. So it looks like you would be like blocking your blocking square temporarily, but not really. You would be actually just making sure that you have a better balance of blocking tiles versus saving tiles. So that's certainly a very nice move here by Bogdan that I think the Yellow player might have overlooked just because they were blitzing this stuff out. I was trying to be as descriptive as possible, but...
yeah, thank you. Yeah, but luckily he get really the tile that he need to save the 3 meeples. But still, I think that Yellow have a little better conditions here because he can get back 1 meeple, and also 1 from the city. And Blue for now can get back only 1 meeple from his small road. So.
But if he does that, that will be with such an effect. Because imagine if he draws a triple city tile with a road, and then he goes the tile that Brazilians call horse, and then he puts it over here. He pre-finishes his monastery. He finishes his 2-point road, and at the same time he blocks Yellow City towards this square at the top. Not only that, but also he actually blocks Yellow's farm even further, because even if Yellow manages to save his farm, after this tile is put in over here, this city cap will no longer be viable, and well, this will be one sad farmer. By the way, maybe you also want to, maybe like you want to turn on both the stream and the game. because then you will see the drawings. But the drawings are like a 5-second delay, but it's ain't a big deal.
Okay. I will try.
But of course, the big thing that yellow has going on for him is that blue has going on for him is the 13 extra points on the scoreboard. We can't discount that. On the other hand, let's say you see sort of this tile that blue needs to free his 3 meeples next to all the monasteries. What if yellow gets that tile? Then yellow can go over here and drop a farmer and save his meeple, but it's not going to happen because the thing that was describing a few minutes earlier happened, and it's so painful for yellow. And this is something that blue was planning for like 20 moves before. Exactly, yes, because this is now blocked, and the field is also now blocked again, even if he manages to save this road. And look at this move was actually preparing this sort of stuff from like 20 tiles ago. Oof. And now he completes the block and also blocks the fields, because like, and if it's not even a curve, imagine if it were a curve instead, at least the fields could sort of grow. But now the field can't grow, the ruin can't grow, nothing can't grow. And I think the only thing that can save yellow in this game is if he somehow manages to draw all these 3 tiles that fit into this square for blue, which is like a 12-ish% chance, or I don't know. Do you see, Sergey, do you see like any other options how yellow could win this game other than just simply drawing all blue's tiles?
Yellow has this small rod on the top. He can get back this meeple and to play some advantage using this extra meeple. What else? What else? For sure, he need to close the city in the bottom, in the bottom. But now it's really hard to do because it's now it's easier.
He got the one tile that fit into that square. He won the coin flip. And now also he gets an excellent tile. He actually is able to save the city. And he absolutely has to go over here, take 2 points, and also make sure that the starting tiles are suitable there. And the cities with the crossroads are also suitable there. Because if he doesn't do that, then yellow grabs a straight line or a curve and places it like this over here. And then there will be 0 tiles remaining that fit over here. So he does think for a little bit, does do this again, and he'll wait to see another day. Blue connects sort of these little ruins up top, not a super high impact move. Now yellow will need to think about something interesting to do with this curve. He could start some sort of block on the monasteries, even though I'm not sure if that's quite lucrative. Actually, given that all 6 monasteries are out, I think placing the straight line 2 squares away from the bottom monastery could be a rather nice idea.
About the last move that blue did with the triangle city and the road, I think that his first plan was to connect these 2 cities and to win this city with 2 meeples here. But as we can see now, only 1 triple city still in the game. So probably he decided just to connect without triple city.
Exactly, makes sense. So he decided to sort of not cut his losses, but like go for the smaller gains, just so that he can at least gained something of the situation. Had he gone for the jackpot, that would have been a bit too much. Well, the thing that you said, Sergey, is actually happening, because yellow did get his tile before blue and got his meeple back, so he wasn't able to save his farmer. At least he was able to save his road meeple, and then he'll maybe be able to do something. Moreover, now if he gets a curve, he can expand his field and maybe drop a couple of city caps in the field later, provided that there's a sufficient number of city caps remaining, which I'm not exactly sure. On the other hand, Blue's city is suddenly becoming more threatening. Once yellow was forced to add this tile that actually saves this city, well, the city is now saved. It's actually now finishable. Triangle, triple city, triangle, that's one option, or triangle, city cap, that's another option. Even if blue doesn't manage to finish the city, it will likely divert some attention of yellow from more important stuff.
Yeah, agree. And I think that blue should play in that city, but on the top and left, not to extend this field, because now yellow have a chance to add some additional cities here.
I agree. I like your idea, actually, and that would have sort of kept this chances alive. Well, maybe he wanted to actually create the threat of completion, because sort of yellow was trying to block the city, and now blue just decides calmly, you know what, okay, you can expand your field, you can add like whatever, I'm just going to build up my monastery, get a meeple back, score 4 points for the field. I mean, blue really, I think, can't complain about his tiles. On the other hand, I do think blue was making stronger moves as well. Currently plus 12 on the scoreboard. Monastery ahead. Has the slightly smaller ruin, but this big city could equalize things. But when does he actually finish it? And does he drop a farmer now? Maybe it's already time. Because then I guess you want to have maximum efficiency. You want to drop a farmer first, and then you want to make sure that blue doesn't drop a farmer. So like you're about to drop a farmer in anticipation. Oh, check this out. How about we take this curve and place it at the bottom left, 2 squares away from the blue monastery, and we meeple the 6-point field in anticipation. And we also make sure that it is much harder for blue to get his meeple back, because there would be only one regular city cap that fits into this monastery hole. With 16 tiles remaining, the meeples do matter, and in fact I think this is really the only move now for yellow to save this game. And he does it. No farmer, always farmer, always farmer, always farmer, my man. Otherwise blue farms. Now we have a different
I
problem.
think that he has some thoughts that blue has only one meeple, and it's really risky to play their farmer with your last meeple. You maybe blue first wait to get some meeple back, and then to farmer this field. Maybe
Well, exactly,
yellow have.
That's the point I was trying to make. Like, there's still 2 tiles that give blue a meeple back, right? And then blue can actually drop the farmer on the same move when he does the thing. Yeah. And I was figuring that we as yellow would drop the farmer before blue drops the farmer, but blue was doing something sneaky. Look at these 2 points at the same time blocking threat, and as a result, yellow was forced to actually reduce his chances from like 94% to 75% of completing the city, because there are now only 2 tiles that fit here, which is, you know, still not that horrible, because here's our deal sequence. Okay, first of all, as yellow, we draw, let's say, a city cap with a crossroads, and we place it over here on the right. Then we score 4 points. Then well, I mean, ideally we should already have a farmer on the field. Then we draw like a random road tile, and then we put a farmer on the field. And then on the third move, we draw the starting tile, we finish our big city and meeple the 4-point road as well adjacent to it. So some of your viewers can visualize it, but the main point I'm trying to make is, ooh, what a move. You see, blue doesn't shy away from using his last meeple. What a move.
Yep.
Well, I guess as yellow, you have to be very happy that you drew one of the tile that blue needs. So maybe you like take 4 points for a city cap or something, or maybe you just meeple a counter field. Not a counter field, but like the same field but from above. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really not sure that yellow can win this game even if he closes big city, because now the difference is so huge. I think it's about 25 points, something like that.
Well, the city gives us, assuming that we equalize the field, right? That's already +6. So that's already 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. City gives us another 9 points. That's 11, and we have meeple still.
Yep.
I mean, it does seem winnable. Kind of obviously requires a little bit of luck, but it does seem totally winnable. I mean, I think really yellow really worsened his chances by not meepling the field early, and that will be just way more awkward to connect. He will have to do it less efficiently. Oh, Bogdan is suggesting a very nice move for this tile. He's suggesting to meeple the empty city cap on the right next to the new farmer, and at the same time block the monastery, because there are no regular monasteries remaining.
Yeah, to block the monastery completely.
Does look like a very important move, because at the moment your opponent has 2 tiles that can give him a meeple back. That's the dagger, so the same tile that yellow has in his hand right now, and the regular city cap that fits into this monastery hole. And by reducing the number of tiles that your opponent needs to get his meeple back from 2 to just 1, you can actually really increase your chances at winning, because you just can't let blue have another meeple.
And it will be a good starting point to attack this field. First to close a small city near the farmer's meeple, and then there's great place to attack. But he decided to get this field just right now.
Exactly, because he didn't do this earlier, so he's forced to use a much better tile to use it now. So the indecisiveness of yellow had cost him 4 points at the very least. Yellow missed such a brilliant move. No. Yellow could have placed the straight line over here and tried to connect the fields, because there's still a regular city cap remaining. And yellow could have made this, the topmost field farmer try to connect through to this main field over here, and then when we finish the city, then to actually unify all the farms and win the big farm outright. I think that was the win for yellow that was just missed. Were the regular city tiles remaining? Yes, I'm double checking. There's a regular city cap remaining, but he does not get it.
Yeah. It can be so great move.
Somebody just missed out on being the hero of Move of the Week segment. But okay. Yellow can still fight.
But he still has a chance to do that.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he could still do that actually a little bit later. But the point was, I mean, what he did with a straight line, he just did nothing with it. That's the problem. Okay, it sort of eliminates a field connection, but then is that really good? You kind of want to have the field connection yourself. So it goes here, field or city. Field, again, probably good, but still inefficient and probably not enough, because he's now forced to just spend juicy point scoring tiles on stuff like this. So it's this, I think delays have already cost him like at least 8 points.
By the way, he can place it the same place that you mentioned previously with the straight line, because there are some curves in the game, and he could connect these two fields using this city with triple road and with curve with the next move.
Indeed, true. And actually, wait a second, if he wants to go really YOLO, there was another interesting move. He could have gone over here and then facing with the city cap outwards, threatening two things. One, the connection to the farm, and the other one, simply an 8-point city like this, because there's still one Dorito with a road. Like, and then over here, over here, over here. Well, that's maybe a bit tricky to imagine, but the point was that was like a huge, huge combo. It required a bit of hope, but it doesn't matter. He would have gotten it already. And now I look at this. So blue is creating threats, and yellow, I mean, doesn't know what to do, right? He connects to the field first, but then he will still have to stop blue from dropping another farmer. And he still needs to finish his big city. Luckily for him, there's still 2 city caps, but this also means that there are 2 city caps, and it's actually more. There's multiple city caps remaining for blue to finish his city. And I think maybe instead with this curve, he could have delayed the field connection. Maybe he had to go over here, because here's what I'm thinking. They are, I think there are 3 city caps, right? At the very least, because there's still 2 tarting tiles remaining, and there's still 1 regular city cap, so that's 3. I think there's also 1 city cap with a crossroads, so that's 4. So at least 4 out of 6 remaining tiles are city caps. That's such a huge chance that blue will be able to finish his city. Actually, that's not a huge chance, that's just guaranteed. Because there's 3 more moves for blue, and blue will draw at least 1.
Yeah, it's not only to finish the city, but to attack the field. The same move. Yeah, so it was really a good chance to block the city and field connection.
Well, Matt, I guess now needs to do the thing first, and probably meeple the road even. But in the meantime, we have a lot of developments in other games. Oh, I need to update. Okay, so it's Oscarides of Spain is winning against, doing actually an upset against Chris Tucker of the UK. That's Fanatical Lime on table number 4. And Jacques Fuss won for UK, maybe slight of an upset against Alfonso Arroyo on table 1. And the player with screen name Tiamat is winning against the UK champion and the highest rated UK player to date, I think. Oh, and the player with screen name Rakarot has done an upset and actually won a game against Dan Chard. The player with screen name Dan is 30. Well, this game is actually going to be a little bit closer than we thought. A little bit. Right?
Yeah, but blue managed to finish his 8-point city. He has one meeple, so he can play some extra points here. So I'm not sure that yellow has any chance to win here.
Well, yellow, yeah, probably not. But I mean, at least he won the field. That's something. The field is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 21 points. It ain't nothing. But it probably won't be enough because the 2 monasteries are already like 15. And then there's also this road, which should not be discounted. That's like 6. Then the ruins are roughly equal. Well, there are a couple of small features for yellow. It's going to be like a little bit closer than we think. But very fortunately for blue, he now has this curve. And the move for him to play is he'll probably end up taking 4 quick points here at the bottom and still have 1 more meeple left to do something that he likes. Well, Matt has an either 4-point city or a 4-point road, and it's actually super important to decide which one you're going to take. But we know that the last remaining tile is a regular city cap. I triple checked now. I think I'm not hallucinating. So this means that the correct move is not to take the road, but to take the city to prevent your opponent from taking the city. So at least yellow here is being technical in the end. Now, of course, blue will score either a 3-point city or a 3-point field, probably somewhere up north or wherever it works, and enjoy his win with like 5 points-ish or something like this.
Yeah, something like that.
So this means that this game all along was completely winnable for yellow with just a little bit of more precision. You know, like a city cap here and there, a more aggressive block here and there. Maybe that is what was needed to make the difference. He did up taking over the field, but he was forced to invest an extra meeple into it. And really impressive performance here from the Spaniard with the block of the field first of all, with the double block, then with the block of the city, and with this move, with the pre-block, like sort of really far-seeing stuff from blue. And it even though the result ended up being quite close, it did feel to me that blue was in control of the game. So we're going to congratulate the Spaniard. And which game do you want to watch next, Sergey?
Which game? Maybe the last one, Zermatt against Lowe's Prime.
Excellent choice. I definitely want to have a look if the reigning British champion will be able to mount a comeback against his slightly lower rated nemesis. Although rating ain't mean much. Okay, I've opened the game, and it's just the opening. Lots of road and city tiles, and something today with the British players and early farmers. So now Chris here with the black meeples, meepling a 3-point field. Now, of course, it's going to become a 6-point field and even a 9-point field. So it's like a very nice choice. Ended up being. He's now equalizing the scoreboard, really equal position here. So anything could happen in this game. And now finally, we have a curve, which means it's not a very spectacular tile to play, but this is the type of tile that shows difference between a good player and a bad player. So what are some moves that black could play? Oh, that was fast. He meeples the road. I had like 3 other moves in mind. One is like over here, starting a block. One is over here, starting a ring road. But he decides to start a road that is next to his opponent's monastery. But this also means that he's hurting his own city a little bit. And also this means that later on he'll be forced to finish his opponent's monastery for him.
But probably he wants to extend his field and to add some additional cities here. But I don't like to play like that because you need to decide who will finish this road, you or your opponent. And for now, yellow has 5 meeples and black just 2. So probably black will have to close this road and yellow's monastery.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So black will be forced to spend a move, which is always decided with an equal disadvantage. And also this move could have created a platform for yellow to do something like this, what yellow just did. Also, I'm very surprised at this move. He's not going for the loop. He's going to finish the road with the road end, even though there's already 4 road ends used. So I don't think black is playing it in the precise way possible. I mean, he has the control of the field. But here's the thing: the field already had two cities on it, so it was still possible to delay this field fight. On the other hand, maybe if black manages to control the field with 2 meeples and then build it really big, then suddenly it's not looking all that bad. So as black, you always go over here. You don't let your opponent finish the city cap, finish the city and drop a farmer at the same time. You always have to block it here. But now yellow starts attacking the field from another side, so it looks like we're headed for a good old-fashioned Brazilian field fight. I've noticed in the Ukrainian games against the UK that like there was a huge field in almost every game. I mean, I was watching Craft2Raft stream. I didn't see every single game, but there were like 24 points field, 30-point fields. And I'm wondering, was that because of the British players or was that the Ukrainian players? So like creating big fields, does that fit your style, Sergey?
I know that some of our players don't like to create a big fields. They prefer to split into smaller fields, especially when they don't have more meeples than their opponents. But I'm not sure that we have some strict strategy for that, like to build big fields or not to do that. Probably our players decided that in some game situation. So when we do some training games before the tournament games, we do not discuss the situation with big fields like it's something extraordinary for us. I don't know. So sometimes we should fight for big fields. Sometimes we try not to do that.
That's certainly quite an interesting, it's a bit of like a aesthetical debate. We'll get back to that in soon, because we have to comment on this super unusual but very interesting move by the player with the yellow meeples. Yellow tried to protect his city, but also meeple the second time just so that black doesn't get the connection. And then actually what this means is that black cannot win this city. Black can only try to block. But if black blocks this successfully, well then yellow just wins. But then if yellow just blocks and blacks that wins, it looks like the city is for the game. I mean, what do you make of moves like this, Sergey? Would you have played also like the yellow player?
It's hard to say because there were a connection to the city and you should do something. But what player did, there are a lot of triple cities in the game, and it's really hard to block this city, because if black try to do that, it's really easy to protect it. So maybe it's not a bad move.
Well, certainly one for the content. Like, all players know that they're being streamed. We certainly appreciate stuff like this. In the meantime, black was trying to start a new city and then finish the city with another farmer. That's why yellow drew this triangle and put it right here, so that, yes, the city's finishable, but the fact that there's no field connection anymore, that's the important part. But whilst doing so, black wasn't trying to block the city. Now the city is only, this big city is only one tile away from getting finished. Maybe starting to block was one of the priorities, and that's why I think maybe black is, I don't like black's time management, you know? Just kind of spending maybe too little time on some really, really key decisions over here. But black now manages to thwart the development of this city and at the same time drop a farmer, but then is that really thwarting the development of the city? I think as yellow, you just go over here and now you're 2 tiles away from completing another big beauty. But look at this, what's happening. So Yellow took inspiration from my last move of the week video, but I told you there was a disclaimer at the end. Don't play moves like these because they're super, super risky, and there's still tiles that can block this farmer, and this is exactly what happened. Black drew a tile that both made it really, really hard for this farmer to connect into the field, so it could stay at 0 points, and also that actually made it very, very hard to finish the city. And so imagine, like, as black, if we draw a piece of road like this, and then we draw a piece of road, and then we draw another piece of road, and we connect the city, and then everything's blocked over here, 3 meeples blocked, and then we just win the field and enjoy what we have on our scoreboard.
Yeah, you know, probably it will not be the move of the week this time.
Yeah, well, but I like in my first move of the week's video said I'm considering blunders also moves of the week. Anything that's spectacular. It doesn't have to be a brilliant move. So certainly this city meeple over here is a big contender.
Even that black tried to block this big city, but there are still 2 splitters in the game, and there are really good chances to close the city. So if I were black, I will try to block from. Oh, yep.
There it is. There's the big city. There's the payoff of the second meeple. And then just to rub it in, he's going to draw the first farmer. Wait. That's interesting. So this guy finished a huge city. And then they're still equal on the scoreboard. Well, I guess there's this other city. There's so many cities. It's just unbelievable. And also, I was so surprised why yellow now didn't cover up this other city. And why black was just kind of peacefully taking roads and not really blocking much. Because now what's going to happen? By the way, had yellow listened to me, yellow would have finished the city. But okay, black now just has to go over here. We cannot allow yellow to finish the city. Otherwise, it's really game over. Because now the game is pretty much still on. It's still possible to win if we manage to like connect to the farm. There's another splitter, by the way. There's still another splitter. This guy can still split. Will that happen? Will that happen? I don't know. We shall see. Well, I guess we connect over here. Or do we connect over here first? So many threats that we have to deal with as black is just really, really hard to play as black. On the other hand, check this out. Let's say, yeah, we do this first. And what perfect timing. And then as black, we just block this farmer, and then we're chilling with a field. That's a possible win condition. But not anymore, because yellow is now making his way in through here.
Yeah, now it's not so easy to block these farmers.
Well, at least it's going to block one of them, which is actually not a complete block. It's only a 50-50 block. There's still one more tile remaining that fits here. And, well, I guess at this point, black just needs to hope that he gets it. Actually, yeah, check this out. If black gets that tile, not only... So the tile that fits into this square, right, to bring this farmer in. Not only will it make sure that this meeple stays here blocked with 3 points, it will also free up this other meeple and will let you take a 6-point field, which actually is kind of good for you. So this tile is really, really crucial for the game. In the meantime, we have some other developments. Jacques Fass has won his duel against Alfonso Arroyo, and Oscaridis has lost a game to the player with green and Fanatical Lime. I was so surprised at this move. Black, instead of taking... Was that black? Was that... I think it was black. Black didn't take 4 points for road. Black took a 0-point move instead. Okay, but black can still win this. Black can still win this. He took a meeple, which I think was really not necessary. It's not about meeples anymore. It's just about the field. The sweet field. So as Black, you just drop as many farmers as possible. So Black prioritized the meeples, decided to get his monster meeple back. Still really hoping for that crucial tile, because unless he draws it, well then Yellow just wins immediately. We need to brainstorm suggestions for Yellow now. What do you do with this tile? It's very hard to play this. Yeah, it's kind of a useless tile a little bit. Do you meeple your 6-point field? Probably not yet. Or maybe. I don't know.
There is still one splitter in the game, so Yellow can close one of the big city, and it could be really great chance to win this game. But it's 50-50 chance.
Well, 50-50 or not, it's 50-50 in two places. There's one high impact tile over here, one high impact tile over here, and the same high impact tile over here. Because the thing is actually, Black can't even like prevent Yellow from drawing the splitters, because I see like many triangles are out. He does it? No, he doesn't do it. Okay, he doesn't drop it just yet. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What if we go for the coin flip? What if we just spend a bit more time with 3 minutes on the clock remaining? Because like you can at least use 45 seconds for tile counting, even if the move is obvious. Okay, so Black wins a coin flip. This is absolutely huge for Black. And Black...
Yep.
Oh, if Black wants to make it the move of the week, he can like decide that the field is important, go finish the city for for Yellow, and drop a farmer himself if he wants to be like the doctor.
Like Chinese player did against us. Yeah.
Yes, I remember. I mean, that game actually, like your player with the screen and fan Alexey, I think they played like really, really well. So I assume it must have been painful to be on the receiving ends of such a defeat. Well, okay, now it's good. Now Black is actually thinking, actually counting tiles, and rightfully so. I think there's not much what we can do other than, well, block the field connection over here, I guess, because there's still this tile that exists. I see it. There's one dagger that fits here, and we really, really have to go there.
Yeah, but Yellow has really good chance to connect meeple, and it will gain him 5 cities, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yep.
15 points. But Black has 3 meeples.
Yeah, Black could possibly
Now
just try
it's
to
time
regain
to
this.
decide.
So he just goes for the coin flip. He decides that he doesn't care. He decides that he'll just gonna hope that Yellow doesn't draw this tile. That's interesting. Is the situation really that dire that we just need to hope for the 50-50? And it's not even a 50-50 because of who the starting player is. But maybe he counted the points. Maybe he decided that just now it's all hope. So he wants to finish the city, drop in farmer, and reconnect. Maybe that's the plan. Yellow just desperately hoping that the game is going to end, you know, like a football team with 6 defenders on their lineup when the score is 1 versus 0. They'll probably end up just dropping this tile somewhere. It's not much that they can block. Maybe like over here to keep 2 empty city caps. I'm already, we're barely half through the stream and now already out of my hot beverages. $132, $131. Imagine somebody loses on time in this position.
Yeah, I really don't see any good moves for yellow.
I guess just drop it and simply use the time for tile counting, I guess. But no, maybe don't use the time. Just drop it. Just drop it. Actually, save the minute for the end. That would be good time management because you need to have full 3 minutes before your last couple of moves. You need to have perfect knowledge of the tiles and points. And also, you don't want, for black, who's in a more difficult situation, to be thinking whilst you're thinking.
There are all straight roads in the game, so there are no other lefts.
Well, interesting.
But still,
yeah.
But still 2 or 3 curves in the game, so
which is
the
why
bottom
he
meeple
uses
can
them.
connect.
So black uses a field connection that yellow just created for him.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Yeah. I really don't like tiles like that because you try to play safely, but sometimes you create really some opportunity for your opponent.
Well, maybe he wanted to create this opportunity for himself. Maybe he decides he's behind. I don't think so. He has like huge ruins in the monastery. He only needs to tie the field. He doesn't want to win the field. Very interesting. Well, black draws the thing. Black draws the coin flip tile, and he's gonna connect to the field. No, okay, he doesn't.
Yeah.
So okay, so obviously. Oh, but it's a question now. Do we even connect to the field? Because we need to count curves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, both tiles are curves. No. So this field connection was actually useless. Because as black will just take over the field and win. What's an incredible comeback? I mean, okay, there was one curve remaining. I missed this one, but it doesn't matter. There were a lot of curves. This was just incredible.
Yellow lost the game with these 2 city tiles.
Yes.
When he created attacking spot.
Like, this was probably the only way for yellow to lose is to actually help black.
Yep.
And yellow found a way to help black. Oh, yellow must have been kicking himself. And then, like, I mean, Chris is so good at pulling these last-minute miracles. You should have seen how he won the UK Championship last time against Daniel Cheng. It was like, basically, he was super far behind. And there was a farm which Daniel was controlling with 2 meeples versus 0. And then in the last 4 tiles, Chris just dropped 2 farmers, connected in, and it was enough to win +1. And also over here, like, what a win. Again, completely sealed game for yellow. But black somehow does this. Unbelievable. Perfect, but is it perfect? Because this means that we continue watching. It's 1-1 for them, and anything can happen. So this pair of players were so entertaining. I really don't want to go for something else. But shall we do a quick check?
Yeah, it's really interesting game.
Yeah, let's maybe just stick with this. Yeah.
I can check all other games, and you can start this game between these 2 opponents. Just 1 second.
So luckily, in terms of scores, our chat is like super on point. Yeah, thanks for keeping track of this. So we have some new developments that the play was screen of Danish 30s making a comeback, as is the entire Team UK. And actually, he's won the second game. So we have 3 games in which it is 1-1. Rakarot versus Danish 30, Oscaridis versus Fanatical Lime 93, and we're about to finish, and Tiamat versus Wallace Prime. Whew.
Dennis surgery, now it's 1-1. Yeah, correct.
Okay, I'm opening this. We just have to follow through. So a very quick start again for both players. And we see the play with the black meeples. That's Wallace Prime here with a slight advantage. Got the first monastery. Had the slightly bigger piece of a ruin, but he drew an unlucky tile because he was in Zugzwang. He was forced to help his opponent slightly. He actually didn't have anywhere to put this triple crossroads plus city cap tile. And just like that, yellow draws a city cap and is probably at an advantage, 10 plus 8 on the scoreboard. Yellow now completes the connection, and as black, it's a juicy, tempting city. It has already 9 points on it. Do you just connect to this voluptuous metropolis, or do you play small ball and simply take 2 points for the city? That's the decision that the player with the black meeples will need to make.
I really like to play cities like that and try to close it, and now it's a good opportunity to connect at the top and then try to save the city at the bottom, like with straight line or something like that. And there were really good chances to close it. Even that he can just get a really good ruin with.
Exactly, yes. You don't even necessarily
about
have
10 points.
have to finish it. Yeah, exactly. Like about maybe even slightly more if you get a shield like 11. But he doesn't go for it. He instead meeples the city instead of taking a row tile. Doesn't go for the content, unfortunately. I wish he had. And look at this move here from, so technical. From yellow, observing the principle of the two cities. He does not finish his city. He just makes sure to start a new one and kill off a monastery spot. But black still starts a monastery and yellow still starts another monastery. So players are just exchanging monasteries all the time. The thing, Sergey, your thing would have totally worked. He would have already like put this tile over here, and he would have been one tile away from basically clinching the game early on. I mean, it's funny how like last game every single play was for the content, and now I guess both players are a bit shell-shocked about what just happened and then trying to play it a little bit more cautiously. Okay, so Brazilian field fight ensues. Black has a farmer, yellow has a farmer. Field has at least 9 points, but it's probably going to have 12 points and much, much more than that. As Wally,
by the way, it's still a good chance to connect to win this big city. Now it's much safer than previous. So now you can try to connect it at the top, and you have 2 tiles to complete it at the bottom, but he decided not to do like that.
Exactly. I think because you see, like this city had already been pre-saved, and I think that would be quite spectacular. But I think I understand. I see this a lot, that black kind of very often wants to go for the play. Also last game to start a city cap and drop a farmer. Also, I'll need to remember this when we are inevitably paired up in the upcoming UK Championship. So just doing some due diligence. But it is actually the player with the yellow meeples who drops the second farmer first. And yellow now connects to a city, equalizes. And now, the way yellow wins this game... Well, first of all, hold on to his... Actually, no, he doesn't have an advantage. But he can have connection, and then just close down the field for 15 points. And then that's it. But he doesn't do it. He just starts a new city on the left. Still possible to go through with that plan. Ooh, and I like this move by black, trying to win a mini battle. But wait a second. As yellow, you have the absolute killer content move, which you should go for. he can place the city cap over here
yep.
and take over the city. And now you should do it. And now he does this. There we go. There we go. It's a huge impact move. This is like super safe. He's one triangle and one triple city away from completing a huge like 20 points city. And it's okay to spend your last meeple if the move that you're spending it on, and so it's so impactful, especially since you have 2 places where you can get your meeple back.
There are still 3 triple cities in the game, so chances are really great to finish the city.
Yeah, so I guess the main hope for black is to not draw something like this, but draw a road tile. A straight line is something that black should be absolutely praying for in this position. Okay, so straight line goes over here on the left to hinder yellow from getting his meeple back, and also to create a platform for either blocking or re-attacking the city, because the city is really critical. But you see, guys, you say that roads are useless. Here's an example of a position where one side would do anything for a road. I guess now there's only 3 points on the left. Oh, but it's not great 3 points because it's also attacks from around monastery. There's also the content move, actually. Maybe it's like, okay, you take over this city, I take over the other one. Maybe now you actually go for it. Yeah, why not? I do it. 2 meeples, I don't know. I don't have to think. I just have to stream. Or, you know what else we could do? We could go at the bottom right, place the city tile facing the city to the left, and then block this field connection. Well, almost block, okay? Because there would be only one tile that fits in this square. But he goes for the 3 points. Decides that if yellow is going to complete that city, well, black is going to need as much compensation as he can possibly get. Not with this tile, not with this tile. However, I guess he probably should go over here. Yep. Try to meeple this. But it ain't gonna work. Because this city, with a 80-something% chance, will be completed for a lot of points. It looks like things are really heading the Spanish players' way, but the way things are going, I'm not going to be surprised if Chris pulls another rabbit out of a hat here. Okay, so first of all, black finishes his monasteries. And actually, it's already a lot of stuff on the scoreboard. You have an extra meeple and stuff. But the problem, I think it was really important to block that field connection. Actually, now it's not blocked. And, well, yellow has a lot of points. The field is kind of closed, or is it? Because there will always be this field connection opportunity like this, with a farmer over here, through this city tile. So that's something that black will be thinking about. Black's trying to start a lucrative road, and I like it. You really, really need to gain some points. Well, starting a 4-point road, which is potentially a, like, 9-point road with just 2 more tiles, is certainly one of the ways to do that. And yellow decides to sacrifice his last meeple just for that, and it gives some chances for black, because what if black just places this monastery over here? And I was going to say hopes to trap both these meeples, but it ain't gonna work. Black is still trying to do point scoring stuff. He goes for a 4-point road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 curves remaining. That move still makes sense.
Oh, it's really good move for black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of points on the scoreboard, and black is suddenly ahead, but still behind the field and behind the city. Like this stuff, like the chickens will come home to roost eventually. In the meantime, I have big news. Oscar Bustamante of Spain had actually won against Chris Tucker on table 4, so it's 2 versus 1 on that table, and it's 1 versus 1, Spain versus United Kingdom. Or United Kingdom versus Spain. I think Spain was the home team. Yeah, they're lifted on the left. Somebody was mentioning something about a 7-point road. Don't know what you're talking about. Maybe that was from a different game. We're way past that point. Okay, so Chris starts by drawing one of the 3 tiles that red needed. Now it's only 75% chance.
Yeah, and black tried to create a field connection using this small city tile. Yeah, I think it's a good chance for him to connect to the field.
Mm-hmm.
Now there are no any other good options to do that.
I guess, yeah, so you finish the city, you drop a farmer, and then through like back-to-back curves or something, you connect into the field, or straight line plus straight line, something like this. It's a good technique. This technique is described in Daniel Chard's The Book of Carcassonne, so I guess that's where the British player must have gotten it from. So an interesting decision here, Sergey. Do you use the splitter on the left just to get a meeple back? And do you meeple the field? And he decides to say no.
I think that I will meeple the field here. It has really good chance to connect, and but if there will be a city tile for black, he can easily block this connection. So maybe no, I will not meeple field here, and I will try to find some better way to connect. For example, now there's a really good chance to connect to the field, just one tile button to the previous yellow move.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that black is decided to finish his road and get one meeple back, and then to attack the field. And maybe he's deciding to connect to the field just right now.
Or maybe he... Oh, there we go. He does it. He does it. I thought like if there was a third move to just go for the ultimate greed and efficiency, is to do something like this. Because you know what yellow will do now? Yellow will do the insurance road. He will go over here. And he will meeple the road. And he'll be happy to do so. Of course, it's quite unfortunate for black that there was like this one tile that yellow could have drawn to make it painful. But he does it. Also, another thing that yellow can do to make it painful, if yellow draws one of the 3 tiles that fit into this hole to finish the city, like, we need to remember that that's also a thing, then yellow does so with a farmer, and that's extra painful.
Yep, for sure. So black need to connect it before yellow will finish the city. By the way, with the road, it's a really good move for yellow, because black has to connect to this field really quickly because of this big city connection. So yellow can get this meeple back really soon, I think.
Yeah, well, I guess then, like, as black, you may be... He doesn't do it. Okay, he doesn't do it. Oh, that was... He drew the dream tile, and he did not use it as a dream tile. I see this so often. Like, that was the best tile in the deck. Oh, man, Chris must be so happy right now, like, so relieved that he got away with this stuff.
8 points. 8 points, yeah.
8 points, exactly, with just no investment whatsoever. And now, will we see some frustration, or will he stay focused and still play good moves? Because here's the thing, like, if you make one mistake, nobody says you're gonna make other mistakes. Or will he, like, do a panic move and maybe, like, go over here and meeple a farmer on the outside of the curve and get blocked? We'll see. Actually, that's kind of not the worst move.
Yellow still has good chance to win this game, just to finish his big city. And he also has 2 meeples to connect to the field, and probably he is deciding to do it just right now. Yep.
Okay, so now Wally did get his meeple back, but of course, immediately Yellow draws the field connection, and now all over again. But overall, this sequence has benefited Black. I'd have to say Black did like some gains. Now, for example, if Yellow draws the triple city tile, at least it's without a farmer. And now if Black draws a tile to finish his city, which does seem not particularly likely, but it's doable, then he gets to drop a farmer. On the other hand, he may want to protect that city. Actually, no, he shouldn't. He should just let it go. Just make
he shouldn't, yeah. Because there are 2 cities with the right curves in the game. I'm not sure how to say the city.
So the Spanish streamer Juliana Apostata calls them communist daggers, which you should have. But why not there? It was so perfect. It was so perfect. Maybe I don't know something. Maybe I don't know something about the tile. But like, it would have been so awesome. You go over here, you drop a farmer, and also here, why no farmer? Why? Why? With 3 minutes on the clock. Maybe it's nerves. I don't know. But like, city cap over here. You called it, Sergey.
Because it was a maiden move. There are so many tiles to connect to the city, to the field.
Elias is saying Chris looks tired. Well, it is late in the UK. On the other hand, Spain, it is in the same time zone, so it is sort of fair. I see our chat are in disbelief about some Yellow's moves and about some Black's moves. Do we have any interesting developments in the other games? I think our viewers can help us without it. Also, meeple the like button. I kind of forgot mentioning it. So, and you see now, of course. Oof. And the fact that there is no farmer on this move really hurts him. Because now he will not be able to just meeple the monastery. No, not meeple the monastery, but just complete the connection. Of course, he created another field connection, but it will be immediately blocked.
Another field connection. Yeah, I think that Yellow has to block this connection.
Oh, 100%, yeah. You just maybe like spend 10 seconds on tile counting and then you do this. Yeah. Okay. Still possible. Awkwardly, though it may be, still possible to drop a farmer now on the right. Because there's still...
there are no monasteries.
1 city cap. 1 regular city cap.
Yeah, I think yes. I see only 4 city caps. Yeah. Only 1 left, and I don't have any other good opportunities to connect.
In the other game, there are also 5 tiles left. And remember, Spain needs to win only 1 of those games in order to secure this game. And currently, this thing is not looking great for Black. Again, Black needs to either win the field outright or equalize the field, but draw both of the city tiles that fit here. Slim odds for both things, but still doable. And also, it is quite possible that just like in last game, Yellow will help Black.
Oh, it's last tile in the Dennis Sergey game. So probably Spain player will win this game. Yep. Then Sergey lost his game. So now Spain won in this match. They have already 3 duels, and Ukraine has only 1.
Well, this certainly will make Wally a little bit relieved in the sense that it wasn't a decisive game. Oh, look at the technique. So he decides to overfarm simply to kill a field connection.
Mm-hmm. So yellow has really great chances to win here.
I think it's impossible for yellow not to win, even if he tries to help. Or wait, did I call it? No, I see it. I see a win. Okay, here's the win. We take the city tile, we put it at the bottom. Then we take the other city tile like this. Then we put it like at the bottom, even one before. We drop a farmer, we connect through the city cap. That's how we win, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now. He's going to try it. He has to go for it. He has to try it.
It's to get 2 tiles. No.
Not that one, not that one. That was the win. And we're going to see the sequence of tiles. Okay, it looks like he's giving up, perhaps.
Oh.
I mean, it wasn't the win necessarily, but it
yep.
was still a good try. Because now, wait, he needs to. I don't even know how he's gonna do this. Because here's the thing, like he needs to somehow make sure that he draws this tile and the city cap, which is a 16% chance, but it's not nothing. But then I just don't see how in this position you utilize those tiles for connection. There was another possibility, like with the same way, maybe could have gone over here and then tried to connect like this through this side. Well, I'm drawing on the screen. There were multiple options, but it does seem that maybe psychologically Black possibly stopped believing that he could win this game. Actually, wait, can he win without the field? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He got the thing. He got the thing. He got the thing. And there's so there's a dagger in the regular city cap. That's what's remaining.
No,
dagger,
I can.
Yeah.
Can't win. Black don't have any chances to win here, as far as I can see.
Okay, well, at least now he's gonna score 4 points, right? So Tiamat, maybe like yellow panics and finishes Black City for him on the bottom left. Then I think like actually also this game is gonna be like a bit closer than it may seem. Okay, so it's like 16 plus 20 plus 23. It's gonna be a tie. It's gonna be no. It's gonna be -2 for Black. It's gonna be -2 for Black after Black goes over here and connects both fields. -2.
Yeah. Black should play this small city with the road to the bottom left city and to connect to the field, and it was so great opportunity to win this game.
Exactly. Actually, there were scenarios how this wasn't really fully. So the idea that we were proposing was not really like fully blockable as well. It will be a 2-point difference, but yeah, it was close. But well, certainly both opponents seem to be tired, both making some really content moves. But at the end, it looks like it will close. But this move by yellow all but sealed Like, look at what yellow did. Yellow managed to win despite being massively unlucky over here. Despite losing the 88%er for finishing a huge city. He just snatched a big field out of nowhere. So we are going to congratulate Team Spain. This outcome probably, I think, what do you think, Sergey? Does this outcome benefit our teams or the opposite? This is all I care about. I mean, like, from a tournament standpoint, is it good for Latvia and Ukraine, or?
I think it's good for us because now Spain has four victories, but they have really strong teams to play with. But if we discuss the situation when we managed to go to the playoff, then probably Spain will be on the first place. So for us, it's a good result probably, and we will try to gain more victories than our other competitors.
Yeah, makes sense. Well, certainly had the UK won, that would have been great for the content, because like we would have 6 teams on 2 out of 4 wins. But now, well, it's now will be very hard for UK to qualify. And Spain, 4 out of 4, the only team in Group B that's not China, not Ukraine, but Spain with 4 out of 4. And the only really one of the 2 teams of the championship
Spain,
is just
really
Spain.
Surprising.
Yeah, Spain, Romania, RCP,
Yep.
3 teams that are on 4 out of 4. Okay, well, Portugal has a shot today, actually has a really good shot today. Speaking of that, actually, let's just have a look. They're playing right now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, we just need to... there's not going to be a scoreboard because it's all improvised, but Portugal, Chile, Portugal... They should be still playing. Vainire, João Margarido, perfect. The so far undefeated and like the highest rated Portuguese player versus the Mind Sports Olympiad silver medalist. So we're gonna watch Vainire's game. So he'll be going to the World Championship this year. I didn't see how the first game ended. Actually, I should have had a look. Okay, hi,
the duel, Glover has already won his duel, so it's 1-0 to Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Has already won his duel, so it's 2-0 for Portugal. Bikuda for now 1-1 with Manuel.
Oh, super interesting.
And Mestre lost his duel, so for now the score is 2 for Portugal and 1 for Chile. And in Bikudo game against Manuel, it's 1-1, and James Greta to Vainirela. It's 1-0 for J. Margarita.
Oh, nice. So it's only 1-0.
Yeah,
so then
it's only 1-0.
Okay, cool. So then if yellow here, the play of the Vainire, the play with the yellow meeples, if he equalizes, then we get to watch another full game.
Yep.
The problem is that he looks toast. Well, it's actually going to be quite close. So you see, the play with the green meeples has lots of meeples placed on the fields, and these fields give him lots of points. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18. Oof. This is equal. Okay, plus 15 on the field. Yeah, it's because you're close. Interesting. It's gonna be a couple points difference, because there's this ruin and the road. It's not enough time to calculate everything. We're just gonna watch. We're just gonna watch how the players calculate. Is that a puzzle moment? Maybe it could be just a regular technical win. Oh, what about this 5-point road over here? Looks good, doesn't it? Or is it possible to connect to the city? Maybe. Doesn't seem so, given 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all triple cities are out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, is there a triangle remaining? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No.
I see only one monastery with a road in the game.
Oh, so okay, so he decides to meeple the monastery with the road, which is why, as Joao, you need to go over here. You need to prevent your opponent from scoring 7 points and make sure that he scores only 6 points. It's a puzzle moment. He finds it. He finds it. Will this be the decisive move? It very well may be. So far, yellow looks far ahead, but wait until the field points are counted. It's going to be 15 more, and it does seem that yellow actually has it by 3 points, if my math is not mistaking me.
I probably will see one more game.
Oh, let's go. So sorry for the Portuguese fans, but I mean we have to root for the as closest game as possible. Okay, you already have 2 wins. Maybe let's just have a really quick look at Bicudo, because I mean they must be the last couple of tiles as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me check.
So the game started 22 minutes ago.
It's the last time as well. Yeah.
Okay, we have to watch this moment. It could be the moment for Portugal. Well, the Portuguese youngster has.
Are you talking about
Yep.
your salt?
Oh, I'm losing you a little bit, Sergey.
Yeah, I didn't know that Bicudo is 9 years old. It's amazing that we have such strong players.
Exactly, and he's over 500 ELO, and he has 3 out of 3 World Championship wins. So, well, we didn't really get quite comment on the game, but sure, congratulates to Team Portugal for winning the match, and congratulate for having their young talents. But we're still gonna watch the game, which has to be quite interesting. The third is up for grabs for anyone. Argentina defeated both Chile last week and USA earlier, so maybe it's Argentina, but maybe Chile bounces back with the tiebreakers. Who knows? The green player, Joao, starts with a city piece, and immediately Jorim Meia with the yellow meeples draws a monastery. Obviously, I prefer a monastery, but look at this! Zugzwang! So now yellow has nowhere to put this tile. Yellow is forced to help green. Which is an interesting question. Like, how do you help green in the least helpful way? What would be your idea, Sergey?
Oof. I think that I will play to the left position with the city to the bottom. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. It's
because
prolonging the
you
city.
have yeah, because you will have one connection spot, and also you can block the city if you put another city at the bottom to the road.
Well, this idea will not work because green just drew a city cap, but the connection
Yep.
idea that you mentioned is certainly still live, and yellow would really want to draw a city with a road as soon as possible in order to connect through it like this, but he doesn't, so he's forced to go through the side entrance. Maybe it works. We'll see in just a few tiles.
We played against Portugal before the tournament. We had a friendly game against them. And honestly, we lost just one friendly game before the tournament, and it was against Portugal. So I think that Portugal has really good chances to play this tournament really well. And as I remember, they have really great results, especially in World Cups. I do not remember that they played some high places in the Euro tournament, but in World Cup they also always at the top.
Yep, they were 4th last year.
Yep.
Oh, interesting. And Joao here decides to completely abandon his city. He just now apparently wants to start a new one on the left and maybe block his city together with a monastery and say that I'm claiming a better mini battle. So will he do it right now, or will he keep the tension and simply start a 3-point road? The problem with that is that this square is open not only for block but also for a connection. If yellow draws a city tile, something like this, he'll drop a meeple over here, connect through a triangle, finish his monastery, and be very happy about all the work that green put into building the city that will end up bringing him no points at the end of the game. Green decides to gamble, wants to be a bit greedy with roads. I certainly always empathize with greed. Now, interesting decision here for yellow. Do you start a new city, or do you connect to the one that we have, like this on the left? Or do you do anything else with this tile? Or do you just like block the square a little bit? Hard to say.
Yeah, maybe to block the square and to start. Maybe just to start building the road in the bottom right side.
Ah, nice. So then the idea is that to loop this road around with a couple of curves, and then to finish the road that you have open on the left with a road end. That certainly works. But instead he goes for kind of a slower move, just adds 1 point to his road, and maybe later he's intending to pick this little piece with a city cap. But Joao here could start inflicting pain. Maybe he wants to go over here at the bottom and threaten both the monastery meeple and the road meeple of yellow, trying to block 2 squares at the same time. This is exactly what he does. Now decision time for yellow. Do you use the shielded tile to connect to the city through an pretty much unblockable connection? Or do you just meeple this new piece of city, protect your monastery, and wait for a better day?
There are two starting tiles in the game, so two are still left. So maybe it's not a bad idea to start the city.
You're thinking kind of next to your monastery, right? And he does it.
Yep.
And also, interestingly, actually not so many blocking tiles are remaining. Well, because 3 out of the 8 triple cities are out. João still undecided. What are we going to do about that city? Do we block it or do we not block it? Or do we just continue the road and wait and wait? I love these positions where there's a lot of tension. Like, at the last moment, the player is decisive. He goes for the tension. He does not do that yet. He does not block. Maybe he actually wants to sneak in a finished city. It's doable. It's completely doable. Speaking of finishing...
when I have cities like that, I don't know where start to close it. Like, if you will have a simple city tile, is it a good idea to place it near the monastery, near the yellow monastery, or you should find some, for example, straight city to place it the bottom left? So the city it's still can be closed, but I don't know with what tiles I will start to close it.
It's a great question, because I think it really takes a master to feel positions like this to actually know when to go for it. And I think here's the tile, the vertical divider. As soon as we get the vertical divider, then we kind of place it on the left side and we meeple the top city cap, and suddenly our city is super safe and we're really threatening to finish it. If our opponents connect through the triangle, we immediately reconnect right here through the top. And if our opponents blocks, then okay, we just take another city cap and bail out and finish a small city like this. So the vertical divider is the tile that green is, I think, most looking for. Which is why, because of this outside possibility exists, as yellow, do you just block the city altogether? Yellow decides to say no. Yellow meeples the road, the field, there is nothing except the road and the field in that tile, right? The other field? He doesn't meeple anything. He just dumps this tile, which I'm not sure how I feel about. Craft Giraffe is saying Master Game is an anagram of Megastream. Coincidence? Yes, coincidence. But it's nice spotted. João finishes his road. Una strada, I assume. Okay.
And should do something about this city. It's really dangerous.
It really is, and look how when it was just starting, it looked like a piece of garbage, but suddenly it's 2 tiles away. And there are no attacking spots to it. Like, what do you do? Where do you go? And I think probably with this tile, you can't really do much. You, I think, have to just meeple the monastery over here. Or over here. That also works.
And try to connect with the net.
Or at the very least, block, right? But still, not. I mean, I prefer the monastery in another place. I think we can attack the city a little bit later. On the other hand, I kept postponing attacking a big city, and then I ended up losing my first game against the doctor. So postpone attacking big cities at your peril. João, for example, can maybe start blocking. He does not start blocking, which I think is I don't know about that.
Because there are
decides to
still
create-
three tiles in the game. But I think it will be a good block because yellow should wait for this city tile with the right curve first, and then he can place something to the second spot. So it's not a bad block, even that three tiles are still remaining.
Yeah, like in these positions, these partial blocks can be quite awkward. Now Joao wishes he had gotten the partial block, but he gets bailed out by the deck. And as you can see, maybe on my screen, that Vinera is saying in the chat, "No,"
Yeah, I can see that.
Which is actually, you should never say that in the chat because you're giving your opponent ideas. You still should hope that your opponent blunders to get maximum value from the move.
It will be really funny if yellow managed to find a splitter.
Yes. Oh, that would have been so cool.
To
Imagine,
close
by the
the
way,
city.
and if you have a splitter in hand, then that's exactly when you play mind games. That's exactly when you write "no" in the chat, and then as Joao, you feel super relieved, you connect, and then bam, you have the splitter. Psych! In the meantime, fantastic tile for yellow. Yellow can meeple the monastery here. Yellow can meeple the monastery here. Yellow can meeple monastery here. All decent moves. Here, also okay, but not the best. Yeah, yellow's just has to be super happy about this tile and still has the advantage. But instead, yellow takes 2 points and is now about to lose the city.
I really don't like this move. Oh my god.
Yeah. So yellow decided to not have an advantage, but instead try to lose the game. So I know he was kind of like creating a blocking platform for himself, but this blocking platform is also the connection platform for your opponent.
Yeah.
But actually, just curious. So, like, what would have you done, Sergey? Would have you like meepled the monastery somewhere, or just taken 2 points somewhere?
For sure, I will meeple the monastery near my other monastery and near the Green's monastery, because there are 2 roads to close there, and this monastery is really easy to close.
Well, will he do it now? You have to.
Yep.
Yeah, well, wow, but that's not a very likely blocking tile. And Joao,
I wouldn't like
yeah.
to block like that, because it's really easy to save the city. No.
Exactly, and this is
Okay,
exactly what Green will do.
Yeah. The better move was to try to connect the city tile and maybe to block it, or probably he will need to find some city tile, try to place a meeple there, and then to block it for CCC tile. But
Exactly, yeah, exactly what you're saying. That's the main block, is you need to start with the city tile and you want to hope to block this completely. But now, in the chat, Vinera is asking, not in our chat, but like in the game chat, "Oh, Carcassonne Lord, let my 25% do the job." Well, actually, yeah, I mean, if Green doesn't get one of the 2 key tiles, well, then Green loses 2 meeples, which give them basically 0 points.
Yep.
But here's the thing: if we look at this, so yellow sort of spent 2 monasteries on kind of like a dubious attempt to block the city, but he didn't have to in order to win the game. All he had to do is just meeple 2 monasteries back to back and enjoy the advantage of 2 monasteries, accept that your opponent is going to share the city, and then finish your road and be at like plus 15. Why do you need to humiliate your opponent and try to like go for fancy stuff, especially when the odds aren't in your favor? On the other hand, certainly more entertaining to watch that way. I'll give you that.
Yeah, if we don't consider this big city, yellow has really good situation in the table. The yellow has 3 meeples, and he can easily close his road. And maybe with triple road, he can close 1 more road here, and then with 5 meeples, he can easily win this game, just because green can close only 1 city in the top left corner. So if this Carcassonne lord will help for yellow, he has really good chances to win just because of the meeple advantage.
Exactly, and here's the thing: as yellow, you might still win even if you lose that city, just with your temporary meeple advantage. But of course, green is just trying to play at a meeple disadvantage safely, building his new cities outwards. In all likelihood, he'll get either 1 or 2 of these meeples back. And I'm wondering also if it is time for yellow to try to go for points. Oh, that was interesting. Oh. So yellow is putting his meeple at risk just for the sake of greater efficiency. Green gets his meeple back immediately and now threatens to block 2 of yellow's meeples with a triangle with a road or something like this. So that's why yellow is forced to save like this. There are still 2 starting tiles, as we mentioned, that fit over here. But of course, as the world champion Arpad Gere mentioned earlier in the stream, the problem with these blocks is that they make it really... they force you to spend good tiles on just getting meeples back. So that's certainly already some sort of gain here for the play with the green meeples. In the meantime, yellow is still actually not doing too bad. Yellow, well, now meeple's a 6-point field. It could turn into a 9-point field. If he finishes his meeple, then like he meeples another field or whatever. João here has a monastery. O mosteiro, colocare meeple no mosteiro. I don't know how you say that. That was like very bad pronunciation and half Brazilian. Brazilian's easier. I guess maybe in Portuguese it would be mosteiro. I don't know. Please correct me. But either here or over here certainly look some good spots. I think no need to shy away, because like kind of both players I think should be playing around these 25%. Green should be playing, how do I win this game if I don't get that tile? And then yellow should be playing, how do I win this game if my opponent gets that tile? That's kind of the idea. That's where João here goes for a 6-point monastery, and I always empathize with stuff like this. Okay, good to know. I can still pronounce words. Thank you, Diogo. Yeah, great point, Isna. So yellow doesn't want to share the top city, and that surprises me. Yellow had actually many opportunities to go over here and to connect through a triangle. These opportunities seem to be dwindling because the stock of triangles is dwindling as well.
But now only one triangle left, so probably now it's not a good time to connect to this big city.
Exactly. Oh, he goes for the double field. Certainly very interesting play. Immediately, green gets an extender and Horin here.
But yellow also has a really good tile here.
Yeah, it's so important to try and break the city. Now it'll be much harder for green to get this meeple back because yellow is only one triangle away from putting it right here and like blocking this city completely. On the other hand, blocking this city would also restrict this field, and if green manages to win the coin flip for these two city cap pieces, then maybe these two farmers are not that lucrative. Oh yeah, Raf was suggesting...
Oh, the first one.
I don't know if my face is covering that, but Vainir is saying. So Vainir drew the first out of two tiles that Joao needed to complete the city, and he's saying, "Oh dear Lord, I promise I won't take that risk again if you give me the other tile as this one that I have in my hands." I will guarantee you he'll get the other tile and he'll break the promise in his very next game.
By the way, should green try to save his monastery or try to save his big city in the top left corner? I think that city is more interesting option here.
I see. That's a good question. Three interesting options. So certainly saving the monastery I kind of like, because we can still get the meeple back, right? And we can still finish the city with two city caps, because maybe given the small number of triangles remaining, the city actually isn't that blockable. And the problem of saving the city is that, well, it's still attackable from two spots. Your opponent has a surplus of meeples. So if we do save the city, maybe we put it not on the right, but we take the risk and we put it on the left facing downwards, hoping for the one extender to clean off this city cap and for another city cap over here. Even though there are no extenders, there's still these tapas ortogonales. The vertical divider. No, tapas ortogonales was the other one. I forgot how this one was called, but that's not Portuguese, that's Spanish. I need help from y'all as well. He goes for the less adventurous path. He goes for finishing this monastery, but I still rather like it because, as green, if and when we get the triangle, we put it over here and we meeple the new city, and then we have a shot of meepling the new city. Everything's going on with tempo. Oh, Raf is saying something interesting. I don't like my opponent talking while playing for a high-stakes game like this, to be honest. I completely agree. I would hate that. It would make it harder for me. But at the same time, I wonder if that's like part of your tactics to do trash talk, because it's not against the rules. That's the problem. Actually, trash talk has not been specified. So then, of course, I'd have to ask my guest. Sergey, what do you think about trash talk in Carcassonne? Do you ever use it, and how do you react if your opponents start like saying things in the chat at a world championship match?
On the world championship matches, I don't remember that I chatting with anyone, just like good game or good luck. But in some regular games, for sure, if I will get the vertical splitter like that, I can write something like "oh no," like by like yellow player did. But in World Cup Championship matches, I will not for sure do not do like that. But this game has no say it not so important to the final score. So maybe players are like play more easily, and chatting here it's not so something really really bad.
In the meantime, the thing that we're discussing with Green meepling another city right after finishing his monastery worked. So he did like one of our ideas, and still Green can finish his other city if he wants, because I think Yellow went for a little bit of greed over here. Yellow took 4 points for the city cap instead of trying to connect to the city, so the city's still alive. And there's actually a scenario now. Let's say if Green manages to finish this city, but doesn't manage to finish this city. Sometimes Green wins. City cap?
Yeah.
It's happening.
Only one tile to close the city.
Only one? Isn't there another splitter?
Yeah. I mean that only one spot that you need to close here. Yeah.
Oh, right.
But
Yeah,
yellow,
only one tile remaining. Okay, cool.
Yeah, but yellow has a 10-point tile. It's great. It's a great tile for yellow here.
I'm actually thinking, as yellow, if you get the starting tile, you never finish your road, right? You just let this meeple sit here for 6 points, and then you're chilling with a 12-point field here, and like a 15-point field over here. So this construction will end up like super lucrative.
You know, you'll have a -4 points here, but you get your meeple back, and probably you can find 4 points more with this meeple. So I'm not sure if I will play the starting tile to finish the road or not.
For him as well. So the play with the yellow meeples.
And there are 2 city tiles with a road, with a curve.
Ah, so 2 daggers, right?
Yeah, yep.
Oh yeah, so it's like it's a very high chance of finishing the city. Moreover, even this city's still live at the bottom.
You know, about chatting, worst part when not players chat in the game chat try to write something. It's sometimes I made this.
The key tile is still in stock. Okay, so. What do we do now? Green has the advantage on points, but huge field here. Green is now trying to finish
one more one more city to close. Yeah, but the last tile just yellow found. Yeah,
was so close. He should have still gone for it. He should have still gone for it. That's quite nice. Well, I guess we're gonna see no, and he doesn't even have to block. That's the problem there. Yeah, so players are exchanging words in the chat that Green saying that he got unlucky because Yellow got the dagger, and Yellow can just do something like this. The tile goes to Green, and Yellow does get punished, and we're gonna have a farmer. But will this even be enough? Actually, as Vinere, like, you still have huge fields. I'm not sure if Yellow is losing. I'm really not sure. Okay, no, Yellow is losing because there's another ruin.
Yeah.
But it's closer than it may seem. Because look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 36 field points. That ain't nothing.
It's about 10 points now, difference between green and yellow.
Yeah. And Yellow, I assume, can also... Well, Green just has a 6-point field. Green has a bunch of ruins.
Yeah,
and Green can just take a 6-point road.
6-point road, yeah.
Whew.
Oh, no, not that road.
Not
in
that
the,
one? Up north, yeah?
In the bottom left. Yeah. -3 for yellow as well.
Yeah, exactly.
1,
so that would
2,
be an
3,
8-point
4,
move.
5, 8 point, yeah.
Well, we can forgive Black we can forgive Green for not spotting that move. Probably won't matter for the game. Green got the tile and João will take 6 more points up top. And Portugal will win with a decisive 4 versus 1. Oh, 6 more points up top. 3 for the city, 3 for the farmer. And I'm not going to refresh here. As you said, it is like a 10-something-ish points.
Yep. So,
what I think,
congratulations for the Portugal team. They play really great in this in this tournament.
Yeah. Okay, this one was fun. Okay, this was my favorite games of all the games today. And the second one has to be the second game between Tiamat and Wally.
Because there is an action here, right?
Yes, I see. I will have to invite you again. Multiple times if I have to. Just to summon all these content moves. Okay, that's what I appreciate, okay? Players caring about the content, not like the other day in the Belgium versus France match where like everybody was just trying to win. Whew. So, what do we have? So much drama. This city almost completed, almost blocked like a standoff. Who wants to place this tile over here? Unclear. Then yellow trying to bring this city almost done. But then green meepling the city over here at the last moment. And then yellow panicking and maybe a little bit tilting, as you said in the chat, taking a 2-point road instead of a monastery. And green managing to go into a 75%er for this huge city and in all likelihood the game. And then of course we waited that tile until the very end of the game. In the meantime, green managed to amass really nice compensations. This farmer, but green was just building cities over here, everywhere. And finally, with the key tile, green clinched the 4 versus 1 victory for Portugal. We have to look at the 67 city points, ain't nothing, versus 36 field points for Vineria. Only 15 meeples placed for green, but well placed these meeples were.
Yeah, it was really funny, but really exciting.
Also, we see that we have Everybody suggesting alternative moves for green, for yellow. Yeah, I believe this is true, but also, well, it's not possible to play every move as precisely as possible. Well, anyway, we'll be wrapping up the stream soon. If you do have any questions to Sergey here, please do ask them in the next couple of minutes. I'm just going to ask you one question, Sergey. Wait, actually, let me have a look. I think... who's your Fantasy 5?
I was thinking about that, and I realized that I don't know much about other players. I do not analyze their games much, and I really like how Weave plays. I had a chance to look to his games in our tournament we played in France, and I was watching how he played against our team. Also, I played against him a couple of times. But about other players, I really don't know whom I will choose to my top 5 players. I really like not Sebo, but I do not see him in this tournament, and probably in the previous World Cup he didn't change. He a strong player, and he served for Germany at the first tournaments, but now he doesn't play, so it's strange.
Yeah, I know. I guess there were like some personal reasons, and also I understood that maybe there was a bit of like internal team issues in Team Germany, why that wasn't exact possible. Yeah, so interestingly, as you said, Viv, the French master, has been picked by quite a lot of players as well, but maybe many after today's match are regretting not choosing Portuguese players. Well, some Portuguese players have been chosen by different Fantasy 5s. Alrighty. I think this should conclude our today's stream. It was like almost 5 hours now. We've seen 4 matches. Yeah, we did analysis. 2 special guests. That's the record number of guests that I had in one stream. Oh yeah. Oh, hey Joao. Yeah, very well played. Thanks for the content for sure, and the trash talk, even though that was mostly your opponent. And of course, congrats to Portugal. So what, do we have to congratulate like Portugal, Spain, and Catalonia? And then we have to say goodbye to everybody.
By the way, next week we'll have the match between our teams. So good luck to us.
Good luck to us indeed. So good. Like, by the way, for us it was perfect because we were watching all the B group matches, so we were gathering some intel on Team UK, with which we will have to play, and Team Spain, with which you will still have to play.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was our nefarious purpose for the stream.
Thank you for the invitation, Alexey. It was really great experience to be a part of your streams.
Cheers. Yeah, I will hopefully do this again. For everybody else, I need to remind you this, if you enjoyed the stream, of course, meeple the like button. It helps the algorithm. And if you're here for the first time and you want to see more stuff like this, then do subscribe to the channel, because we do a lot of stuff like this. Thank you so much for watching, and I'm gonna see you soon.
Goodbye.